Chapter 3478. The news that a heaven-defying divine artifact had appeared in the graveyard of the gods had long since spread throughout the entire ancestral god realm, attracting countless experts from the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm to take the risk and charge into this forbidden ground. The burial ground was located above the ninefold star region, above the 5 great continents, in the ancestral god realm. Some of the older generations' powerhouses viewed the burial ground of the gods as the ancestral god realm's 6th continent. In truth, based on the size of the burial ground, it was definitely not smaller than any of the great continents in the ancestral god realm. However, the burial ground was very mysterious. Not only did it bury the strongest experts of the god race since ancient times, it also buried countless secrets. No one knew how dangerous the graveyard of the gods was, and no one knew what was hidden in its depths. But now, someone had spread the rumor that the #1 divine artifact in the ancestral god realm, the myriad god ancestral sword, had actually appeared in the graveyard of the gods. The myriad god ancestral sword was the #1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm since ancient times. However, this #1 divine weapon had already become a legend. Even during the Great War of Gods and Devils, it did not appear. In other words, the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword had already disappeared during the Great War of Gods and Demons. Otherwise, during the Great War of Gods and Devils, if the experts of the ancestral god realm had a great killing weapon like the myriad god ancestral sword, why didn't they use it? The news of the appearance of the 10,000 deities' ancestral sword was something that even an otherworldly expert like Ancestor Dustless could not sit still and personally came over. At this moment, in the sky above a region thousands of miles away from the Emperor's tomb, Ancestor Wuchen was looking down at the 2 demons below. These 2 demons were the supreme demon spider and the dragon head demon. Go to hell, demon! Ancestor Wuchen did not waste any more words. He waved the black demon bone staff in his hand, and a demonic dragon immediately rushed out from the bone staff, pouncing towards the Tai-In demon spider and the dragon head demon below. A powerful demonic power burst out from the demonic dragon's body. The supreme demon spider and the dragon head demon were both startled. This guy was a god race expert, but when he used the devil tool, the power of the devil tool was still so strong. Of course, regardless of whether it was a demonic artifact or a divine artifact, as long as the user's cultivation was high enough, they would be able to use it. However, when a god race powerhouse uses a demonic artifact, the power of the demonic artifact should be greatly reduced. Thinking of that, the eyes of the great demon spider and the dragon head demon immediately shone. If they used that magic tool, wouldn't they be even more powerful? Buzz! The divine blade in the hands of the demon spider of Tai-In transformed into a dazzling blade light, breaking through the darkness and instantly colliding with the demon dragon. This was something that made everyone feel strange. The strongest of the divine race was actually using a powerful demonic artifact to attack the demons, while the demons were using the divine artifact to fight back. Boom! With a loud bang, the power of the divine way and the demon way exploded in an instant. The extremely overbearing power tore through the void, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared between the heavens and the earth. However, the space within the graveyard of the gods was incomparably stable. Those spatial tiers quickly disappeared into the void, just like real lightning, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Kill! At this time, the dragon head demon also made his move. He soared into the sky, and endless demonic dragon power erupted from his body. A demonic dragon claw appeared in the void and grabbed at Ancestor Wuchen, who was in the sky. Ancestor Dustless did not say anything and directly rushed up. Boom! The huge dragon claw crumbled right away. Ancestor Dustless rushed over and then stomped down on the dragon head demon. The powerful power of the divine way exploded instantly. Bam! The place where the dragon head demon was at collapsed right away. The powerful dragon head demon was actually stomped into the depths of the earth by ancestor Dustless. Swoosh! At the same time when ancestor Dustless stepped on the dragon head demon, a blade light directly slashed in front of him. Wherever the sharp blade light passed, a long crack was left in the void. However, ancestor Dustless actually grabbed the blade light that was slashing down and then exerted force. The dazzling blade light instantly collapsed in his hand. In the next moment, ancestor Dustless appeared in front of the demon spider of Tai-een. How can he be so fast? The great Een demon spider was taken aback. Without thinking, he struck out with his palm. However, at the moment when the demon spider made its move, the black bone magic staff in ancestor Dustless' hand struck the demon spider's head hard. Bam! A muffled sound. The demon spider cried out tragically and flew out horizontally, directly smashing onto a burial mound, causing the entire burial mound to explode. A stone coffin appeared under the mound of earth that had been blown apart. The demon spider of Tai-een stood up. His hair was disheveled. The area on his forehead that was struck by the black bone magic staff actually had cracks spreading out. It was as if a crack had appeared on a stone statue. The demon spider walked out from the dust and mist. The cracks on his forehead gradually reduced and finally disappeared completely, as if he had never been injured. What? Those divine race powerhouses who saw this scene from afar were all shocked. This demon's demonic body was actually powerful to such an extent that it could withstand a blow from ancestor Dustless. One had to know that ancestor Dustless was one of the most powerful existences in the West Continent. He already attained Tao during the Great War of Gods and Demons, and lived all the way until the present. Ancestor Dustless had not walked in the world for a long time, but this time he could not sit still. The deity ancestral sword to those powerhouses of the older generation had a fatal temptation. Everyone wanted to get it and make it their own. Legend had it that this #1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm hid the secret of how to become a supreme god ancestor. Roar! At this time the earth shook. A powerful demonic power erupted from the depths of the earth, and the ground immediately undulated like waves from the impact. Boom! In the next moment, the ground exploded, and a powerful demonic shadow directly rushed out from the ground. Kill! At the same time, the demon spider of Tai-een also moved. He roared and directly attacked ancestor Dustless. The power of Een surged out from his body and instantly froze thousands of miles. At this time, the dragon head demon directly turned into a demonic dragon and pounced towards ancestor Dustless. The huge demonic dragon was like a black mountain ridge, with a pair of dragon claws the size of a small hill, directly grabbing towards ancestor Dustless. This time, it was not a dragon claw condensed by the power of the demonic dragon, but a real dragon claw. The two great demonic experts attacked at the same time, and the entire heaven and earth was shrouded by the power of the demonic path, forming a terrifying domain, trapping ancestor Dustless in the domain. A great battle broke out. The combat power that ancestor Dustless displayed was too strong. With one attack, he shook off the demonic dragon that the dragon head demon transformed into, and then swept away the attacking demon spider of Tai-een with a staff. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. Naturally, the experts of the older generation of the divine clan knew how powerful ancestor Dustless was. But seeing that he could actually suppress the two great demons, they could not help but be moved. Again, the demon spider of Tai-een and the dragon head demon attacked ancestor Dustless again. They had the strongest demonic body and would not be easily defeated by ancestor Dustless. This kind of stone-based supreme demonic body also had an advantage, which was that it was almost indestructible. Of course, if the opponent was strong enough, even if he had this kind of demonic body, he would still be killed, just like the previous Chaos Demon Ape. The strength of the Chaos Demon Ape was unquestionable. It was an existence that could compete with Sankei, but it was also destroyed by someone, leaving only its spirit to escape. However, Ancestor Dustless was really too strong. The demon spider of Tai-een and the dragon head demon were constantly being blasted away, and even the void was torn apart. Even the chaos chi was hit out. At this time, Gu Fei did not plan to attack. He wanted to see how much of this guy's combat power could be forced out by the demon spider of Tai-een and the dragon head demon. Ancestor Dustless still had some strength left. This guy's cultivation was definitely infinitely close to the extreme grade realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to suppress the demon spider of Tai-een and the dragon head demon, who had the power of the extreme grade. The demon spider of Tai-een and the dragon head demon went crazy. They attacked with all their strength, and the terrifying demon power of Tai-een exploded from the demon spider of Tai-een. The void froze, and the whole world was sealed in ice. The experts of the ancestral god realm, who were watching the battle nearby, hurriedly retreated far away. They did not want to be caught in the crossfire. The battle between experts of this level was incomparably terrifying. If they were affected, they would definitely die. Only Gu Fei did not move. The cold chi of Tai-een couldn't do anything to him at all. A mass of primordial, chaos divine light spread out from his body and blocked the demon power of Tai-een. The power of the demon spider of Tai-een was also unable to seal Ancestor Dustless. Ancestor Dustless directly shattered the frozen void and attacked the demon power of Tai-een. Bam! The black bone devil staff in Ancestor Dustless' hand smashed directly on the body of the dragon head demon, and the dragon head demon was smashed away. At the same time, he also exchanged a palm strike with the demon spider of Tai-een. The demon spider of Tai-een was sent flying. However, half of Ancestor Dustless' body was instantly sealed in a thick layer of ice. Humph! Ancestor Dustless snorted coldly. His body shook, and the thick layer of ice on his body immediately shattered. You overestimate yourself. Let me send you on your way. Ancestor Dustless glanced at the demon spider of Tai-een and the dragon head demon, and then said, at the same time, an even more powerful aura exploded from his body. What? The demon spider of Tai-een and the dragon head demon were very shocked. This guy actually held back his strength? How could this be possible? Could he be a supreme god ancestor? Die! Ancestor Dustless stretched out his hand, and countless rays of divine light immediately rushed out from his 5 fingers. The divine light intertwined and turned into a big net, which enveloped the demon spider of Tai-een and the dragon head demon. The demon spider of Tai-een and the dragon head demon naturally did not want to wait for death. They attacked with all their strength, wanting to tear the big net that enveloped them. Chapter 3479. Ancestor Wu Qin showed his power. He stretched out his hand, and endless divine light rushed out of his hand. It instantly interweaved into a big net, covering the demon spider and the dragon head demon. Boom! Towering divine fire immediately erupted from the net, burning the void and destroying it. It was incomparably terrifying. Roar! The demon spider and the dragon head demon were instantly swallowed by the divine fire. The demon spider and the dragon head demon immediately roared in the sea of fire, and there was a hint of panic in their voices. Haha, you're still not dead this time. At this time, the man in animal skin who was robbed by the demon spider and the dragon head demon laughed. Seeing the 2 demons being defeated, it would be strange if he did not gloat. You seem to be very happy that my people are unlucky. Just when the man in animal skin was surprised and happy, a voice suddenly came from behind. Haha, of course I'm happy. I can't wait for these 2 guys to die. Ah no. The man in animal skin suddenly came to his senses, and a layer of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. The man in animal skin panicked. He was too proud just now, and he actually forgot that there was a big guy behind him, and this big guy was the master of the 2 demons. Thinking of this, The man in animal skin could no longer be happy, and both his legs were trembling. At this moment, Gu Fei waved his sleeve, and the man in beast skin immediately rose into the air, disappearing without a trace. Only the earth-shattering shriek of the man in beast skin reverberated in the heavens and earth. He still did not plan to attack. The big net in the sky was shrinking, and the demon spider and the dragon head demon, who were trapped in the big net, roared continuously, wanting to rush out. However, the power of the big net that Ancestor Wu Qin had evolved was extraordinary. Even if the demon spider and the dragon head demon used all their skills, it was still difficult to tear the big net and rush out. Damn it! The demon fire on the demon spider's body was mighty. It was the demon fire of Yin, which was enough to burn the world and the void. However, it could do nothing to this big net. What should we do? The extreme Yin devil spider and the dragon head demon were no longer calm. Although they were fine for the time being, if this continued, they would be refined to death by Ancestor Dustless sooner or later. What else can we do? Could it be that Master will just watch us die? After the dragon head devil panicked for a while, he gradually calmed down. Although old Ancestor Dustless was formidable, he might not be their master's match either. No one knew Gu Fei's strength better than the great Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon. That's the only way. The great Yin demon spider agreed. He also believed that Gu Fei wouldn't just watch them be killed. One had to know that if they were killed, Gu Fei wouldn't look good either. The two demons then sat cross-legged in the void and joined forces to fight against the mighty heavenly fire. For a moment, the heavenly fire that erupted from the big net couldn't do anything to them. When Ancestor Wu Qin saw that his divine net couldn't refine the two devils in it for a while, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He kept circulating his mystic technique, and the power of the divine net kept increasing. Rumble, the void that was enveloped by the divine net, started to boil, and a terrifying destructive power erupted. It was as if a furnace had appeared between heaven and earth, and the two devils in the net seemed to be in the furnace, turning heaven and earth into a furnace. This kind of technique was a little shocking. At this time, Ancestor Wu Qin sat cross-legged in the sky above the divine net. His whole body emitted endless divine light, and the power of the extreme Tao level erupted from his body. He wanted to refine the two devils in the net as soon as possible, and then deal with that formidable opponent. Even a person like Ancestor Wu Qin didn't dare to underestimate Gu Fei. He sensed a dangerous aura from Gu Fei's body, and this was something that hadn't happened for many years. In this way, the great Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon, who were trapped in the net, were in a tragedy. The power of the divine fire that erupted from the divine net suddenly increased by several times, and the void that was enveloped by the divine net turned into nothingness. The great Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon were in a world of fire, and their protective demonic light was constantly weakened by the divine fire. It seemed that they couldn't hold on any longer. All right, don't go too far in everything. Stop! At this time, a voice sounded in the void. Gu Fei finally spoke. If he still didn't show up, the great Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon would really die. Humph. Do you think I'll stop just because you tell me to? Who do you think you are? Ancestor Wu Qin said with a cold smile. Who do I am? You'll know in a while. Gu Fei said indifferently. Very well, then you come in too. Ancestor Wu Qin said coldly. Then he separated his hands, and the divine net immediately revealed an entrance. A heaven-devouring power instantly enveloped Gu Fei and pulled him into the big net. If words don't work, then let's do it. Gu Fei took out a divine sword of the extreme Tao from his body unhurriedly. He didn't think much, and directly slashed at the big formation in front of him. The divine sword of the extreme Tao was the divine sword of the extreme Tao after all. A sword light suddenly appeared in the void, and then directly slashed at the big net in front of him as fast as lightning. Swoosh! The sword light flashed by, and the big net was instantly slashed into two halves. Two figures directly rushed out of the big net. What? When Ancestor Wu-Qin saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. The other party finally made a move, but the other party actually used the divine, sort of the extreme Tao. To him, this was definitely not a good thing. He directly dodged and only saw that the sword light fell. Wherever the sword light passed, it actually left a pitch-black space crack in the void. A terrifying wave of sword chi appeared between heaven and earth, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The divine net that the great Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon couldn't break was actually broken by Gu Fei with one sword. It was simple and direct, and of course, the power was also the greatest. When one's cultivation reached the realm that Gu Fei's cultivation had reached, he already disdained to use those complicated magical powers and combat skills. Often, the power of the most simple attack was much stronger than any combat skills or magical powers. You're that Gu Fei who annihilated the Golden Crow clan in the East Continent? Ancestor Wu-Qin stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would also be slashed into two halves by that sword of Gu Fei's. When Gu Fei heard Ancestor Wu-Qin's words, he was a little surprised. Isn't this guy an expert in the West Continent? Could it be that my prestige has already spread to the West Continent? Leave behind the things on you, and then get out of here. Ancestor Wu-Qin stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, Who do you think you are? You want my things with just a few words? Chapter 3480. Gu Fei finally made a move because he had no choice but to do so. If he didn't, the supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon would be refined by the West Continent's expert, Ancestor Wu-Qin, and both their bodies and souls would be destroyed. To a cultivator, this kind of death was lamentable. Rumble! The aura on Gu Fei's body kept rising. The void around him actually emitted waves of wind and thunder. The momentum was shocking, as if this part of the world could no longer contain his powerful martial body. And opposite Gu Fei, Ancestor Wu-Qin also emitted an extremely powerful aura. His aura was not inferior to Gu Fei's at all. Seeing this scene, the supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon, who had just escaped from death, could not help but be shocked. This Ancestor Wu-Qin was actually powerful to the extent that he could contend with their master. It seemed that their defeat was not unjust. Old Ancestor, dustless background was not insignificant. He became famous in the era of the Great War of Gods and Devils. He had once killed quite a number of fiend race powerhouses. He even extracted the spine of a fiend race powerhouse and refined it into a black bone magic staff. And the era of the Great War of Gods and Demons had already passed countless years ago. Ancestor Wu-Qin had not been idle during this incomparably long period of time. Instead, he had been cultivating hard. The current old ancestor Dustless was seriously hard to imagine just how powerful he was. The confrontation between the two great experts alarmed countless experts. The vast and mighty aura could be clearly felt even from 1,000,000 miles away. Roar! A roar came from the depths of the graveyard of the gods. A terrifying murderous aura spread out from the depths of the graveyard of the gods. But the living creatures inside did not make a move. The void around Gu Fei and Ancestor Wu-Qin became very unstable. The void between the two of them constantly broke into pitch-black spatial cracks. The two great experts had not really made a move, but they had already created such a shocking phenomenon. This made everyone inexplicably shocked. Perhaps we do not have to become enemies, Ancestor Wu-Qin said. This black-clothed youth's cultivation and combat power had exceeded his expectations. It seemed to be a very unwise action to be enemies with such an existence. Really? Just now, you seem to have almost killed my two servants. What do you mean by that? Gu Fei said with a smile. Everyone has the right to punish demons. Old Ancestor Wu-Qin said in an incomparably serious manner. This was a major issue of right and wrong. His standpoint was very clear. The celestial race and the demons were mortal enemies. Then it's impossible for us to be friends. If we're not friends, then we can only be enemies. Gu Fei said indifferently. His face had always been very calm. There was no joy or sorrow. No one knew what he was thinking. Then let's fight. Ancestor Dustless did not waste any more words. He wielded the black bone magic staff and struck out at Gu Fei. A powerful demonic force erupted from the black bone magic staff. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out, and the black bone magic staff in Ancestor Wu Chen's hand actually turned into a demonic dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei sneered and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. The next moment, when he reappeared, he stepped on the dragon's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the head of the black bone magic staff that had transformed into the black bone magic dragon exploded, turning into a cloud of black blood mist. Then it dissipated in the void, and a bloody smell pervaded the air. Seeing this, old Ancestor Wu Qin could not help but be shocked. This guy was much stronger than he had imagined. Dance of the Dragons. Gu Fei roared angrily. Endless chaotic, primordial energy erupted from his body, turning into countless dragon shadows, and pounced towards old Ancestor Wu Qin in an overwhelming manner. This scene was incomparably shocking. It was as if countless divine dragons had really appeared between heaven and earth, and the chaotic primordial energy rippled in all directions. This Gu Fei really lives up to his reputation. When someone saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. The news of Gu Fei annihilating the Golden Crow clan in the East Continent had already spread. To the experts of the older generation in the ancestral god realm, the name Gu Fei was not unfamiliar. Roar! Old Ancestor Wu Qin roared angrily. Tyrannical divine Wei energy surged from his body, and a golden light shield immediately appeared in front of him. On the light shield, divine patterns interweaved, emitting astonishing divine Wei energy ripples. Everyone watched this scene anxiously. Boom! In the next moment, the countless dragon shadows instantly collided with the light shield in front of old Ancestor Wu Qin. The light shield shook violently, and then it collapsed, turning into specks of golden light, and dissipated in the void. Old Ancestor Wu Qin only felt a force so strong that it was difficult to resist collided, and directly knocked him away. How is this possible? Old Ancestor Wu Qin did not dare to believe that he could not even withstand one move from the other party, and was directly sent flying by the other party. Could it be that this guy was actually an extreme, supreme martial artist? At this time, the experts of the ancestral god realm who were watching this battle from afar were also dumbfounded. Old Ancestor Wu Chen's name was absolutely resounding among the experts of the older generation. However, such an unparalleled expert who had participated in the great war of gods and demons back then was actually defeated so directly. Everyone did not dare to believe their own eyes. Master! The supreme Een demon spider and the dragon head demon were even more stunned. This guy, old Ancestor Wu Qin, was actually unable to withstand a single blow in front of their master? This kind of disparity was really too huge. Even Gu Fei was shocked by the power displayed by this attack of his. Ever since the chaotic energy in his body had transformed into primordial chaotic energy, his martial body seemed to have also transformed and become even stronger. At this time, old Ancestor Wu Qin only stopped after flying more than 10,000 feet away, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was incomparably shocked. This black-robed youth's power was too strong, and it was unbelievable. This kind of power seemed to only appear on the body of an extreme, supreme martial artist. However, old Ancestor Wu Qin was very sure that this black-robed youth named Gu Fei was definitely not an extreme, supreme martial artist. If the other party was an extreme, supreme martial artist, there was no need to fight this battle at all. At this time, old ancestor Wu Qin lowered his head and saw that the head of the black bone devil staff in his hand had already disappeared. It was very obvious that it had been trampled by the other party just now. What a strong physical body, comparable to a supreme divine body! The way old ancestor Wu Qin looked at Gu Fei had changed. Do you still want to fight? Gu Fei looked at old ancestor Wu Qin and said with a smile, "Humph." Old ancestor Wu Qin was furious. This guy actually dared to underestimate him. He was just about to make a move again, but at this time a huge black shadow appeared in the sky out of nowhere, and two huge eyes were staring at them. What? Chapter 3481. Boundless, deathly aura descended from the sky. An entire world suddenly darkened, as if all light had been eroded by darkness. In the sky above a graveyard in the graveyard of the gods, an incomparably huge black shadow actually appeared. This black shadow was looking down at Gu Fei and ancestor Wu Qin. Gu Fei and ancestor Wu Qin were both shocked. At this moment, they only knew that an incomparably powerful existence had already targeted them. The black shadow in the sky appeared soundlessly, but now, above the black shadow, there was an eruption of deathly aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Fight! Why aren't you fighting anymore? At this moment, a voice rang directly in the hearts of Gu Fei and ancestor Wu Qin. Humph! Ancestor Wu Qin sneered and directly soared into the sky. He smashed his crutch towards the demonic shadow in the sky, and the powerful wave of power immediately dispersed the demonic shadow in the sky. A figure walked out from the dissipating demonic aura. When everyone saw this figure, they were shocked. This guy was actually an extremely ferocious corpse demon. The corpse demon was more than 10 meters tall. On its huge head, the left side was white bones, while the right side was half a face. The eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all half. Even the body of the corpse demon was the same. The left side was white bones, while the right side was flesh and blood, just like a normal person. On the other side of the white bones, the bone body was crystal clear, like divine jade. It was actually a peerless divine bone, while the flesh and blood half was filled with deathly aura, containing endless deathly aura. Seeing such a strange scene, anyone would be moved. It's been a long time since I've encountered such top-grade blood food. Seems like today's luck is not bad. A wave of divine consciousness spread from the body of the terrifying corpse demon, and a voice rang in everyone's heart. This corpse demon actually targeted Gu Fei and ancestor Wu Qin, and treated them as blood food. This made everyone inexplicably shocked. Haha, it's also been a long time since I've met a guy who's qualified to be my opponent. I didn't expect to meet two today. Gu Fei laughed and said. His long hair fluttered, even though there was no wind, and an extremely powerful battle intent spread from his body. He was not afraid of this demon. Humph! The demonic corpse in the sky made his move. He extended his hand, and the boundless power of death immediately condensed into a gigantic hand of death, grabbing at Gu Fei and ancestor Wu Qin. What? The experts of the ancestral god realm who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded when they saw the corpse devil attacking the two super experts at the same time. You have guts! Gu Fei cursed. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand and slashed at the corpse demon with lightning speed. Swoosh! Wherever the sword light passed, the corpse demon was cut down from head to toe by Gu Fei. He died just like that? No way! Not only was Gu Fei dumbfounded, but everyone else was also dumbfounded. However, in the next moment, the demonic corpse that was split in half by Gu Fei had completely recovered and reconstructed its demonic body. Want to kill me? You don't have the qualifications. The demonic corpse sneered. Humph, is that so? Gu Fei smiled. Although this fellow was strong, he was not invincible. The power of the sword just now did not seem to hurt the demonic corpse at all. However, it was still the sword light that erupted from the divine sort of extreme way. Even a true supreme martial artist had to retreat, let alone this demonic corpse. Kill! Ancestor Wu Qin roared. His long hair danced in the wind, and he directly evolved countless divine lights. The divine lights intertwined, and a heavenly sword immediately appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Ancestor Wu Qin attacked with all his strength. The ultimate power of the divine way erupted from his body, and rays of divine lights rushed out like peerless divine reeds that could pierce through everything. Bam! The demonic corpse did not say anything. He came up with a punch, and the violent power of death immediately erupted from his fist, heading towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's expression did not change. He switched the sword to his left hand, and his right palm immediately met the incoming fist. Boom! Gu Fei's palm and the demonic corpse's fist collided instantly, and a thunderous sound erupted. The void trembled, and it was extremely shocking. Two powerful forces collided, forming a terrifying destructive force that swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was obliterated and shattered. Gu Fei separated from the demonic corpse. He looked down and saw that there was a burn mark on his palm, and a powerful aura of death erupted from his palm. This, Gu Fei was taken aback. He did not expect the opponent's power of death to be able to invade his arm. Very soon, the skin of his right hand had already turned into a dead gray. What? Old Ancestor Wu Qin saw this scene, and he was really shocked. One should know that if this demonic corpse could deal with Gu Fei, it meant that this demonic corpse could also deal with him. At this time, Gu Fei operated the mystic art in his body with all his might, and traces of death aura could be seen constantly seeping out from the skin of his right hand. Very soon, the power of death that had invaded his palm was finally forced out by him. Two super experts had to join forces to resist the demonic corpse's attack, and this made Gu Fei very depressed. The original enemy at this time had no choice but to join forces to deal with the thing outside. The three figures moved rapidly in the void, and the terrifying power rippled in all directions. The whole heaven and earth were broken, as if the world was going to be destroyed. Seeing the scene, everyone could not believe their eyes. The demonic corpse was actually so powerful, and it was really unbelievable. Rumble! The heaven and earth were shaking. Even if Gu Fei and old Ancestor Wu Qin joined forces, the situation was not optimistic, especially old Ancestor Wu Qin, who was constantly being attacked by the demonic corpse, but he kept rushing back. And the combat power that Gu Fei displayed shocked old Ancestor Wu Qin. This guy actually hid his true strength just now, and did not use his full strength. Old Ancestor Wu Qin kept coughing up blood. In the face of such an existence, if it was not for Gu Fei, he was afraid that he would have been beaten to death by this demonic corpse. Gu Fei blocked 70% of the demonic corpse's attack, and old Ancestor Wu Qin only withstood 30% of the attack. Kill! Gu Fei roared, and directly used the ultimate divine sword. A sword light rushed out, and one of the demonic corpse's arms flew up and was chopped off by him. The power of the ultimate divine sword was not what the demonic corpse could imagine. Even super experts with the ultimate Tao constitution, when faced with the power of the ultimate divine sword, no one was absolutely safe. However, in the blink of an eye, the demonic corpse's body grew another arm, as if it had never been injured. Boom! The demonic corpse went crazy, and a mass of demonic light emerged from his body, instantly enveloping Gu Fei, wanting to refine Gu Fei. However, the demonic corpse did not succeed. Although that mass of demonic light was powerful, it still could not do anything to Gu Fei. However, it was a tragedy for old Ancestor Wu Qin. That mass of demonic light that spread from the demonic corpse was corroding his protective light shield, and very soon the protective light shield was completely obliterated by the power of the demonic path. Old Ancestor Wu Qin was shocked and angry. At this time his whole body was in flames, burning his skin and flesh, and he was in extreme pain. Go to hell! Gu Fei did not hold back anymore. With a roar, a bright sword light rushed out from his body and instantly penetrated his body. The next moment, a head flew up and then exploded in the void, turning into a mass of blood mist. Humph, you're still not dead yet. Gu Fei extended his hand, and the sword light that rushed out from his body immediately flew back to him, and he caught it in his hand. Then the chaotic primordial power erupted from his body, dispersing the monstrous fire. Old ancestor Wu Qin escaped the disaster because of this. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Is this the end? All the experts who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief. However, something unexpected happened. They saw that the demonic corpse that Gu Fei had slashed with the purple gold divine sword did not fall, and was still standing there. Gu Fei was very surprised to see that the headless demonic corpse was still approaching Gu Fei, and not even a drop of blood could be seen on its neck. At the same time, the head that Gu Fei had slashed away flew back, and then landed on its neck. The next moment, the demonic corpse reattached its head, and an extremely tyrannical aura spread from the demonic corpse's body. This works too. Gu Fei saw this scene, and his expression became solemn. It seemed that this demonic corpse cultivator had some kind of secret technique. Otherwise, it would not be like this. The demonic corpse did not say anything, and continued to attack Gu Fei and old ancestor Wu Qin. Boom! Old ancestor Wu Qin was hit by the demonic corpse's fist, and the violent and powerful fist force instantly crushed old ancestor Wu Qin's divine body, turning it into a mass of blood mist. A figure wrapped in a divine light rushed into the sky, and it was old ancestor Wu Qin's primordial spirit. Although the divine body had been blasted into a mass of blood mist, as long as the primordial spirit was fine, the divine body could be reconstructed, and the cultivation could be restored to its peak. If the primordial spirit was blasted into pieces, even a deity would not be able to save it. And Gu Fei's ultimate martial body had been blasted by the demonic corpse several times, and some cracks appeared on his body. The demonic corpse's strength still exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. He had not encountered such a strong opponent for a long time, and the battle intent that emanated from his body was even stronger. The demonic corpse was not in good shape either, and had also been hit by Gu Fei's palm and kick. But the demonic corpse did not feel any pain at all, and the half of its body was covered with cracks. The half of its body that had flesh and blood was like a broken sack, and blood kept oozing out, dyeing its clothes red. Chapter 3482. Gu Fei was fighting with ancestor Wu Qin, but a corpse demon suddenly jumped out. This corpse demon was terrifyingly powerful, and its combat power was shocking. Even though Gu Fei and ancestor Wu Qin joined forces, they were still suppressed by this corpse demon for a while, which made Gu Fei shocked. What a powerful demon! The supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon, who were watching the battle from afar, were extremely shocked. If they could obtain the demonic source of the corpse demon, then their cultivation would definitely go to a higher level. However, the demonic source of the corpse demon was not so easy to obtain. Master, if you can defeat this corpse demon, the supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon both had a kind of hope, and they were very excited. Clang! The immortal sword light that rushed out of Gu Fei's hand directly chopped the left bone of the corpse demon, and there was a sound of metal colliding. Although the corpse demon was sent flying by Gu Fei's sword, it did not seem to be injured at all. Its bone body could actually withstand a blow from the divine, sort of extreme Tao. This Gu Fei was taken aback. It seemed like this Shermo's body was really the strongest extreme Tao divine body left behind by an extreme Tao sovereign after his death. Only the extreme Tao divine body could withstand the attack of an extreme Tao artifact. The left side of the corpse demon's body was a bone body without a trace of flesh and blood. Every bone was emitting a powerful divine light, but the death essence condensed on the right side of the body was even more powerful. At this time, the corpse demon was in a mysterious state. Divinity and demonic nature coexisted in his body at the same time. Although the demonic nature was showing signs of overwhelming the divinity was not to be outdone and firmly defended half of the body. Roar! The demonic nature on the right side of the corpse demon suddenly burst out, and a ferocious demonic shadow immediately rushed out from the demonic half of his body, pouncing towards Gufei at an extremely fast speed. Humph! Gufei sneered, and a purple divine light immediately emerged from between his eyebrows. A purple figure directly rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into an immortal sword light, instantly piercing through the demonic shadow that was pouncing towards him. The demonic shadow immediately dissipated in the void. What? That corpse devil couldn't help being startled when he saw this scene. The devil's shadow was slain, and he received a tremendous impact. In a moment of carelessness, Ancestor Dustless actually slapped a palm on his back. Boom! Thunderclaps shook the heavens. Endless divine thunder actually gushed out of the palm that Elder Wuchen had used to strike the corpse demon's back. A large number of thunderballs instantly drowned the corpse demon. Every ball of thunder was even more dazzling and resplendent than a real divine sun. Seeing the scene, the spectators in the distance were all stunned. Ancestor Dustless actually cultivated the great way of heavenly thunder. At this time, he finally used his trump card. At this time, Ancestor Dustless seemed to have transformed into a world-destroying thunder god. His entire body radiated with glaring electric light, and a terrifying destructive aura spread out in all directions. Everyone felt their hearts palpitating. This guy has really hidden himself well. Seeing this, Gufei was also shocked. When this old guy put his life on the line, it really wasn't a joke. The vast and mighty power of thunder and lightning also affected Gufei, but the primordial chaos divine light that gushed out of Gufei's body directly blocked the power of thunder and lightning outside his body. Of course, this was just the power of thunder and lightning that leaked out, so its power was naturally much weaker. And at the center of the explosion of the power of thunder and lightning, the power of thunder and lightning was absolutely incomparably terrifying. The entire void of heaven and earth was directly annihilated by the power of thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the void, instantly shattering heaven and earth, leaving behind streaks of lightning-shaped black spatial cracks. However, these spatial cracks only appeared for a very short time and disappeared without a trace in just a breath's time. This was because the void of heaven and earth where the graveyard of the gods was located was incomparably stable. The void that was torn apart by the thunder and lightning was directly repaired by the power of heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. The reason why the graveyard of the gods had always existed in the ancestral god realm, and no one could destroy it, was not without reason. Roar! Just as everyone was in shock, an angry roar rang out, and in the next moment, a terrifying power of the divine way erupted from the endless thunder and lightning. Rumble! Heaven and earth were collapsing and being annihilated, and even the stars in the sky looked terrifying as if they were about to fall. This power of the divine way directly shook the heaven and earth. In the next moment, the endless thunder and lightning balls actually directly scattered by the explosion of the power of the divine way and turned into the most primitive essence of the divine way. Then, the essence of the divine way actually gathered toward a figure in a frenzy and was instantly devoured completely. What? When everyone saw that figure clearly, they were directly stunned. They saw that a crystalline bone hand had actually pierced through Patriarch Wuchen's chest and came out from his back. The owner of this bone hand was that corpse demon. How is this possible? Those experts of the divine race's older generation who recognized Patriarch Wuchen looked at this scene in disbelief. Patriarch Wuchen's divine body was actually pierced through by this corpse demon, and under everyone's careful look, They discovered that the black demon bone staff in Patriarch Wuchen's hand was actually stabbed into the right side of the corpse demon's body. The right side of the corpse demon's body was that half-divine body with flesh and blood. The black demon bone staff in Patriarch Wuchen's hand was almost completely stabbed into the corpse demon's body, and only a small section was exposed. Both sides are injured. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily contracted. This Patriarch Wuchen was indeed ruthless enough. "I'll send you on your way." Patriarch Wuchen roared angrily, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the black demon bone staff that was stabbed into the right side of the corpse demon's body. In the next moment, with a boom, a terrifying power of destruction instantly erupted. The right side of the corpse demon's body was directly blown into smithereens. The left half of the bone body was directly blown away. The power of destruction that erupted also directly sent Patriarch Wuchen flying, drops of divine blood sprinkling down in the air. The entire heaven and earth void was collapsing and being annihilated. That destructive power released by Patriarch Wuchen's black demon bone staff self-destruction was seriously too powerful. An incomparably huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Everything around the black hole was devoured cleanly, horrifying to the extreme. Everyone retreated into the distance, in horror one after another. "Haha, good, very good." When Gu Fei saw the situation, he was immediately delighted. This was truly the case of the crane and the clam fighting, and the fisherman reaps the benefits. The current hymn was the fisherman reaping the benefits. This time, even heaven was helping him, letting him get rid of 2 super big troubles in one go. Chapter 3483. Ancestor Wuchen was definitely a ruthless character who killed decisively. This kind of person was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. It was precisely this ruthlessness that made him one of the most powerful existences in the West Continent. And now he was almost finished here. This was something that he had never expected. Rumble, the destructive power that was released when the black bone wand shattered, was absolutely terrifying in terms of power. Even Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar sounded. Sher Emo, who had been blown away, was sitting cross-legged in the void. He was circulating his demonic techniques and frantically gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Sher Emo was seriously injured. It should be known that the power of the black bone wand in Ancestor Wuchen's hands was terrifying. Even so, it still could not kill Sher Emo. Endless divine light exploded on the remaining half of Sher Mo's skeletal body. The flesh and blood on the right side of his body that had been blown away were rapidly recovering at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The huge black hole in the sky was still expanding in all directions, and the void was still collapsing and being annihilated. The explosion of the black bone wand in Ancestor Wuchen's hands had actually produced such a powerful destructive power. This was something that even Ancestor Wuchen himself did not expect. But now he was also seriously injured. More than half of the bones in his body were broken. For a moment, he did not have the ability to deal with that terrifying Sher Emo. Ancestor Wuchen looked at Gu Fei. Swoosh! The next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Sher Emo. Without any unnecessary words, he directly slashed at Sher Mo's half-skull. This time, he attacked with all his strength. The power wave that erupted from the purple gold, divine, sword in his hands was a little too strong. With a flash of sword light, Sher Mo's half-skull flew up. Primordial soul, sword, slash! Gu Fei directly used the secret technique of the 9 secrets of the immortal way that specialized in slashing primordial souls. A beam of divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows and slashed forward. The power of the primordial soul, Tao, sword spread out, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Just as Gu Fei used the primordial soul Tao sword, a ball of light condensed from the power of the fiend god wrapped around a tiny figure and rushed into the sky. It wanted to escape at an extremely fast speed. However, although the primordial spirit wrapped in the light of fiend gods escaped quickly, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword was even faster. It instantly caught up. Then, with a flash of sword light, the light of gods and demons was split in half. The primordial spirit inside the light of gods and demons was also killed at the same time, dissipating into the void. Half of Corpse Demon's skeletal body fell from the sky and smashed a huge pit on the ground, causing smoke and dust to rise. Only now did Gu Fei heave a sigh of relief. He had finally killed this Corpse Demon. At this moment, someone actually dashed over from afar, trying to snatch the skeleton left behind by Shiramo. However, with Gu Fei around, how could he let others take advantage of him? At this moment, the supreme Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon could not sit still anymore. They also dashed over, wanting to retrieve all the spoils of war from the corpse. Of course, their ultimate goal was the Devil Path source of Corpse Demon. All of you get lost. This is my master's spoils of war. The supreme Een Demon Spider roared angrily and attacked at the same time. A strong power of Een erupted, instantly freezing a radius of 3,000 miles. Some experts from the ancestral god realm could not dodge in time and were frozen in an instant, as though they had turned into ice sculptures. Seeing this, everyone retreated one after another. After the supreme Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon scared away those guys, they immediately kept the skeleton in the pit and then searched around. There were many good things scattered around, and they were finally found by them. Those guys from the ancestral god realm all looked at the supreme Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon, not daring to go forward to snatch their things. After all, it should be said that these were Gu Fei's spoils of war. At this time, Ancestor Dustless turned around and left. If he did not leave, he would never be able to leave. Gu Fei did not stop him and let Ancestor Dustless leave. Boom! At this time, a loud sound came from the depths of the graveyard of the gods. The earth shook and pitch-black cracks appeared on the ground. What happened? Everyone was shocked, and Gu Fei was no exception. At the same time, an aura that was countless times stronger than the Corpse Demon's aura erupted from the depths of the graveyard of the gods. This caused the expressions of countless experts who had entered the graveyard of the gods to change. Some experts from the ancestral god realm even turned around and left, withdrawing from the battle for the divine treasure. The power that erupted from the graveyard of the gods was too strong, so strong that even an expert like Gu Fei felt that he could not defeat it. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, there were no experts in the 3 realms and 6 Daos that were undefeatable. Without hesitation, Gu Fei headed straight for the depths of the graveyard of the gods. The supreme Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon hurriedly followed. If they did not follow Gu Fei, they would be in great danger. One had to know that no one knew anything about the situation in the depths of the graveyard of the gods. Rushing in recklessly would be very dangerous. At this time, there were many people who had the same thoughts as Gu Fei. They all wanted to rush into the depths of the graveyard of the gods to see what was going on. Whether the myriad god ancestral sword was really in the depths of the graveyard of the gods, this was something that no one knew. Suddenly, a scream came from nearby. Gu Fei's speed immediately slowed down. Then, sweat appeared on his forehead. Walking in the depths of the graveyard of the gods, one could lose their life at any time. Swoosh! Just at this moment, yet another figure disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace at an extremely fast speed. The great Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon were startled at the sight of this. In this way, they would have to follow closely behind Gu Fei. Naturally, Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. A powerful wave of will immediately spread from his body, instantly covering the surrounding void for thousands of feet around him. With Gu Fei as the center, he could instantly sense even the slightest movement within a radius of 1,000 feet. This way, If Gu Fei used his will to investigate the surrounding situation, he would be able to know the dangers of his surroundings in advance and then avoid them. However, not everyone was so lucky. There were constantly people who triggered restrictive spells and were immediately destroyed. Some people did not even leave behind a corpse, vanishing into thin air just like that. The air was filled with the faint smell of blood. That is, Chapter 3484. Gu Fei arrived at the depths of the graveyard of the gods and saw a gigantic chaos ball in front of him. Within the chaos ball, there was a world vaguely visible. What caused him to be alarmed was that the world within the primal chaos sphere actually resembled the ancestral god realm. In the boundless starry sky, there were 5 continents floating in the air. Each continent was incomparably huge, as though they were 5 independent worlds. Could this be? It was impossible for Gu Fei not to be shocked. Could the gigantic chaos ball in front of him be the ancestral god realm's world source? Otherwise, how could there be such a shocking phenomenon within the chaos ball? This, the divine Een demon spider, and the dragon head demon behind Gu Fei were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene. With their cultivation and knowledge, they naturally knew what it was. However, even the divine Een demon spider and the dragon head demon had only heard of this thing and had never seen it with their own eyes. The world source of a world had always been a legendary thing. Even extreme, supreme-level existences might not be able to see such a thing. Just as Gu Fei was in shock, the gigantic chaos ball in front of him underwent another shocking change. The world that had evolved within the chaos ball gradually disappeared and was replaced by a sword. It was a seemingly ordinary but rusty sword, the legendary ancestral Sword of Gods. Someone exclaimed. Gu Fei and the other 2 were not the only experts who had made it here. Although no one had died along the way, there were still many experts who had made it here. I didn't expect so many people to come. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the chaos ball in front of them. As the voice rang out, the entire chaos ball suddenly surged with a torrential, chaotic aura. At the same time, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed the inconspicuous rusty sword within the chaos ball. A burst of supreme power of the divine Tao immediately surged out from within the chaotic ball. In the next instant, the chaotic ball that was countless times larger than a mountain began to shrink at a rapid rate. In the end, the boundless chaotic energy was completely devoured by the long sword in the hand. However, to everyone's astonishment, the rusty sword did not change at all after devouring the endless amount of chaotic aura. When Gu Fei saw the person holding the sword, he was shocked to the extreme. He didn't expect it to be this person, Li Lingfeng. Gu Fei stared at the figure and said the name with difficulty. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last said that name. Little junior brother, how have you been? At this moment, Li Lingfeng's gaze suddenly shifted towards Gu Fei. Then he suddenly smiled and said such words. Is it really you? Gu Fei's voice trembled. At this moment, even he did not know what he was feeling. When he saw Li Lingfeng again, he did not know what to say for a while. Back then, Li Lingfeng obtained the inheritance of the supreme god ancestor of the Kunlun realm and the supreme god weapon. He should have soared to the sky and become the strongest person in the world. However, who would have thought that the overseas divine master was the descendant of the supreme god ancestor? He kept taking away the supreme god weapon and injured Li Lingfeng. After Li Lingfeng escaped from the hands of the overseas divine master, he never appeared again. However, Gu Fei never thought that Li Lingfeng would come to the ancestral god realm. How did he come to the ancestral god realm? Gu Fei was very curious. Could there be a passage from the human realm to the ancestral god realm? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. I wanted to find you and rebuild Taishian's sect with you, but what a pity. Li Lingfeng sighed and shook his head. He looked a little lonely. If that had not happened, perhaps Taishian sect would have been rebuilt long ago. I didn't expect that guy to dare to betray me. Gu Fei said in a deep voice, Back then, he had subdued the 3 overseas divine masters and planted a forbidden technique on them. However, the overseas divine master, with the help of the supreme god weapon, had actually dispelled the forbidden technique he had planted on them. This was something Gu Fei did not expect. I still want to rebuild Taishan sect. Little brother, you should be able to help me. Li Lingfeng looked at Gu Fei and said very seriously, Senior brother wants to rebuild Taishan sect, and I am naturally duty-bound. Gu Fei nodded and said, rebuilding Taishan sect had been his long-cherished wish. If he could rebuild Taishan sect, it could be considered as fulfilling one of his wishes. Good, very good. Then, junior brother, don't stop me from what happens next. As Li Lingfeng said that, his expression immediately turned cold. In the next moment, he actually disappeared into the void in an instant. Then a scream rang out. Gu Fei hurriedly looked in the direction of the scream and saw a flash of blood. Li Lingfeng had actually cut an expert from the ancestral god realm in half with a sword. But what shocked Gu Fei was that the rusty sword in Li Lingfeng's hand was actually madly devouring the divine essence of the expert from the ancestral god realm. In just an instant, the body of the expert from the ancestral god realm who had been killed by Li Lingfeng turned into flying ash. Not even a bone was left. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be moved. What was Li Lingfeng doing? Did he actually want to use the divine essence of the gods to feed the fierce sword in his hand? While Gu Fei was still in a daze, another blood-curdling scream rang out. Li Lingfeng raised his long sword and started a massacre, killing several experts of the ancestor god realm. Those experts from the ancestral god realm who had been killed by him all had a common characteristic. Their divine essence had been completely devoured by the sword in his hand, and their corpses had also turned into dust. Just like that, their bodies and souls had been completely destroyed. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Someone roared angrily. Then, the figures of more than 10 incomparably powerful experts from the god race rushed over from afar and surrounded Li Lingfeng. Unimaginably powerful energy was rapidly gathering, and the sword in Li Lingfeng's hand actually vibrated and let out a low, vibrating sound, as if it was very happy. An extreme divine weapon of the great path. Gu Fei stared at the seemingly heavily rusted longsword in Li Lingfeng's hand. Is this unremarkable broken sword actually a pinnacle path sword? Because only an extreme divine weapon had an artifact soul, which was also the god within the extreme divine weapon. Kill! Li Lingfeng roared angrily and directly attacked the gods with his sword. An astonishing murderous aura erupted from his body, causing people's hearts to palpitate. At this moment, Li Lingfeng seemed to have transformed into a terrifying god of death. When he raised his sword, no one could actually block his sword. As long as the experts of the god race were struck by the rusty sword in his hand, they were instantly turned into dust. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed, and their divine essence was completely devoured by the rusty sword. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. What was Li Lingfeng doing? He actually launched a one-sided massacre against the gods. Humph. Just as Li Lingfeng was wantonly killing the experts from the ancestral god realm, a sneer came from the distant sky. Then a figure appeared in the distant sky. The figure only took a step and instantly arrived in front of Li Lingfeng. Then he directly stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng only felt that the other party's palm was infinitely enlarging in front of his eyes. Swish! Li Lingfeng directly waved the rusty sword in his hand. A sword shadow rushed out of his hand and slashed at the grabbing hand. The rusty sword in Li Lingfeng's hand actually slashed through the huge hand, splitting it in half. The momentum did not stop, and it continued to slash at the expert of the god race who suddenly appeared. The divine essence that condensed into the huge hand was directly devoured by the rusty sword. The expert of the god race was shocked. He hurriedly flipped over and dodged the attack. Gu Fei looked over and saw that the person who stopped Li Lingfeng from killing the other experts of the god race was actually a young man in green. This young man was staring at the rusty sword in Li Lingfeng's hand in shock. Myriad God, ancestral sword? The man in green looked at Li Lingfeng suspiciously, hoping to get an answer. However, Li Lingfeng only smiled and said nothing. The rusty sword in his hand continued to devour all the essence around him, be it divine essence or demonic essence. This is a ferocious sword, Gu Fei said. It was obvious that Li Lingfeng was killing the experts of the god race to feed the ferocious sword in his hand. However, it did not seem to be an easy task to do so. This is not the Myriad God ancestral sword. At this moment, an old voice rang out. Then a white-robed old man holding a walking stick walked over step by step from the distance. East Continent, East Pole Forefather. Some experts of the ancestral god realm recognized this old man. What? He's the East Pole Forefather. Someone exclaimed. The East Pole Forefather was definitely one of the most powerful beings in the East Continent. He was a true antique, and like Forefather Wuchen, he had survived the Great War of Gods and Demons. Greetings, Senior. Senior, do you think the sword in this guy's hand is the legendary Myriad God ancestral sword? The man in green hurriedly bowed to the East Pole Forefather and asked. Gu Fei was also very curious. This is the Myriad Demon ferocious sword, not the legendary divine sword. The East Pole Forefather approached in the blink of an eye. He stared at the rusty sword in Li Lingfeng's hand, and a bright light flashed in the depths of his murky eyes. The Myriad Demon ferocious sword. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard the East Pole Forefather's words. He did not sense any demonic aura from the rusty sword in Li Lingfeng's hand at all. How is this possible? Such a terrifying demonic weapon did not leak any demonic aura. This could only mean that this demonic weapon was extraordinary. You've fallen into the demonic path, the East Pole Forefather said to Li Lingfeng. Chapter 3485. The East Pole ancestor became famous before the War of Gods and Demons. His cultivation was unimaginably strong, even stronger than Ancestor Wuchen of the West Continent. However, facing such a peerless figure, Li Lingfeng was still calm. The rusty longsword in his hand still did not emit any aura or power fluctuation. However, at this time, no one dared to underestimate the rusty iron sword in Li Lingfeng's hand. It was a ferocious sword that seemed to be able to devour the whole world. It was the first time for Gu Fei to see such a ferocious sword. It was even more ferocious than the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda. With such a ferocious sword in hand, Li Lingfeng would be fearless even if he faced a group of god ancestors. Ominous demon sword, what is this? Gu Fei said, Master, this is a good thing. I didn't expect it to be in the ancestral god realm. The divine demon spider was surprised and happy. What's going on? Gu Fei asked. The ominous demon sword is a peerless ferocious sword in the chaos demon realm. It has devoured the essence and blood of countless demons and has long transformed into a supreme demonic weapon. The dragon head demon explained. It turned out that the ominous demon sword had a great history in the chaos demon realm. Although it was not the number 1 demonic weapon in the chaos demon realm, it was not far from it. After all, this demonic weapon had devoured too much devil essence chi and bred a powerful demonic spirit. In addition to devouring devil essence chi, this demonic weapon could actually devour any kind of essence chi. The most terrifying thing was that the demonic spirit of this demonic weapon had the ability to affect people's minds. Anyone who had obtained this demonic weapon did not seem to have a good ending. This, Gu Fei could not help but worry about Li Lingfeng. If his will was not strong enough, the demonic spirit of the ominous demon sword would take advantage of him, and that would be terrible. If Li Lingfeng could control this ferocious sword, it would be fine. If he could not, he would be controlled by the demonic spirit of the demonic sword and become a sword manipulator. At that moment, The great ancestor of the East Pole great ancestor and Li Lingfeng were in a standoff. Two extremely powerful auras kept clashing against each other. The space between them kept shaking, and pitch-black spatial cracks would appear from time to time. Rumble. The power of the divine Tao erupted, and the projection of a strange beast suddenly appeared on the East Pole Patriarch's body. This was a mythological beast with the head of a dragon, the body of a turtle, and the tail of a qilin. Dragon turtle? When Gufei saw this scene, he was a little surprised. He did not expect to see the old turtle's relative in the ancestral god realm. The East Pole old ancestor's true form was actually a dragon turtle. The aura of a true dragon immediately erupted from the East Pole great ancestor's body, and the dragon turtle phantom that emerged from his body actually showed signs of materializing. On Li Lingfeng's body, the innate 8 trigrams divine art emerged. 8 trigrams circled around him, and 8 surges of celestial Tao power surged around him. Li Lingfeng had obtained the inheritance of the Kunlun ancestral god ancestor Fuxi in the Kunlun ancestral star. He had already cultivated the inheritance of the supreme god ancestor to the peak realm and condensed the innate 8 trigrams divine art. All these years, Li Lingfeng had been hiding in the ancestral god realm, but he had not been idling. He had been cultivating hard, thinking of ways to improve his cultivation and combat strength, and even resorting to unscrupulous means. And his cultivation and combat strength had really improved to a level that allowed him to compete with a quasi-supreme. This kind of improvement could be said to be lightning fast. With the ominous demon sword in his hand, Li Lingfeng was confident that he could compete with the East Pole great ancestor. The moment he held the ominous demon sword, Li Lingfeng felt that his whole body was filled with power. Haha! After killing you, my sword will transform and become even more powerful. Li Lingfeng pointed the sword at the East Pole great ancestor opposite him and laughed crazily. There was a vicious aura shrouding his eyebrows, which made him look somewhat ferocious. Seeing this, Gufei couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Li Lingfeng's mind had been unknowingly affected by the demonic nature of the ominous demon sword? The demonic nature could infinitely magnify a cultivator's inner demons, turning them into demons. The ominous demon sword had once slain 10,000 demons and devoured the essence of 10,000 demons. The demonic nature condensed by the demon sword was too powerful. This kind of demonic nature wasn't something that just anyone could resist. Is that so? Why don't you try and see if you can kill me? The East Pole great ancestor said calmly. He tightened his grip on his walking stick, and the vast aura emanating from his body became even stronger. The image of a dragon turtle seemed like it was about to rush out of the void. At this time, all the experts in the vicinity were nervously watching the 2 great experts who were in a standoff. Some people had already vaguely guessed that the so-called news of the appearance of the myriad god ancestral sword was probably a conspiracy. Someone wanted to lure the experts of the ancestral god realm into the graveyard of the gods. Kill! At this time, Li Lingfeng let out a furious roar and directly slashed at the East Pole great ancestor opposite him. A sword shadow flashed through the void at high speed, slashing down on the East Pole great ancestor's head. Roar! Just as the sword shadow was about to land on the East Pole great ancestor's head, the image of the dragon turtle that emerged from the East Pole great ancestor's body suddenly let out a furious roar. It instantly soared into the sky and collided with the falling sword shadow. Boom! With a loud bang, the power of the dragon turtle erupted and actually blocked the falling sword shadow. However, the image of the dragon turtle quickly dimmed. The essence that condensed the image of the dragon turtle was rapidly draining away, being devoured by the sword shadow. Humph! The East Pole great ancestor snorted coldly. A turtle's shell appeared on his body, and with a shake, the sword shadow immediately dissipated into the void from the explosion of power. Bam! In the next moment, the East Pole Great Ancestor's walking stick ruthlessly smashed into Li Lingfeng's waist, sending Li Lingfeng's attacking walking stick flying. The innate 8 trigrams divine pattern around Li Lingfeng was actually unable to block the walking stick in the East Pole Great Ancestor's hand. The innate 8 trigrams divine pattern was actually shattered. What? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw Li Lingfeng being sent flying by the East Pole Great Ancestor's walking stick. This East Pole Great Ancestor was actually this strong? The East Pole Great Ancestor's strength had exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. This Great Ancestor had actually sent Li Lingfeng flying with a single move. This kind of combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. This super old antique's cultivation and combat power were not just a little bit stronger than ancestor Wu Chen's. No matter what, this guy is a relative of the old turtle. His cultivation is not bad. Gu Fei nodded to himself. This guy had the unique aura of the Tai Huang clan. It seemed that he was a descendant of the Tai Huang clan's true dragon and the black turtle. The Tai Huang bloodline was no small matter. The Tai Huang bloodline in the East Pole Great Ancestor had naturally awakened long ago, and he had obtained a part of the Tai Huang's true inheritance. This was also why the East Pole Great Ancestor was stronger than ancestor Wu Chen. Ugh! Li Lingfeng was sent flying over 1,000 miles away. The moment he stabilized himself, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His clothes were stained with blood, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air. Boom! As his divine power circulated, the divine diagram of the 8 trigrams appeared on Li Lingfeng's body once again. 8 trigrams combined, invincible. Li Lingfeng roared furiously. The 8 divine diagrams revolving around him immediately gathered together. The 8 types of divine power merged into one, forming an astonishing divine power. Rumble. Under Li Lingfeng's control, the astonishing divine power blasted towards the East Pole Great Ancestor. A large area of the void was instantly shattered and destroyed by Li Lingfeng's attack. You're not qualified to kill me. The East Pole Great Ancestor remained expressionless. He transferred the walking stick in his hand to his left hand, then unhurriedly reached out with his right hand and pressed forward. Endless true dragon power surged from his palm, and streaks of true dragon patterns intertwined, forming a huge seal in his palm. A terrifying wave of power erupted from the seal in his hand. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked the moment he saw the seal that the East Pole Great Ancestor had conjured, as it was the Tai Sovereign seal, an extreme saint weapon refined by the Tai Sovereign. The East Pole Great Ancestor could actually conjure the Tai Sovereign seal. Li Lingfeng was in trouble. Gu Fei was not optimistic about Li Lingfeng's chances. After all, Li Lingfeng was unable to unleash the power of the ominous sword of all demons in the face of absolute power. His defeat was already a foregone conclusion. Boom! The seal that the East Pole Great Ancestor had conjured clashed with the overwhelming power of destruction. At the very next moment, the power of destruction that had been condensed from the 8 trigrams was directly dispersed by the seal. What? Li Lingfeng's shock was no small matter. The next moment, the power of the seal erupted. Li Lingfeng felt as if he had been slammed by a primordial divine mountain, and he was sent flying again. Even the ominous sword of all demons in his hand was almost knocked out of his grasp. Li Lingfeng gripped the ominous sword of all demons tightly. He gritted his teeth, and while he was still sent flying, he spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the ominous sword of all demons. A layer of demonic light immediately surged from the rusty sword. Afterwards, a demonic seal rushed out from the demonic sword and branded itself on Li Lingfeng's forehead. At the very next moment, Li Lingfeng's pupils instantly turned blood red. His expression became vicious, and a bloodthirsty light flickered in his blood-red pupils. He seemed to have been demonized in an instant. The pure essence of the divine way actually turned into demonic essence in the blink of an eye. It was as if he had become a peerless demon. What? Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the changes on Li Lingfeng's body. Has he gone mad? How could he allow the demonic spirit to control him? Doesn't he know that it's very likely that he'll lose his mind and become a puppet? At that moment, Li Lingfeng, who was being controlled by the demonic spirit of the demonic sword, erupted with the most powerful waves of demonic power. At that moment, the rusty demonic sword in his hand finally became somewhat different. The rust on the ominous sword of all demons began to fall off, revealing a pitch-black blade covered in rust. There were actually 9 primordial demonic patterns branded on the blade. This. Chapter 3486. Li Lingfeng had actually been demonized by the ominous sword of 10,000 demons. This was no small matter. It must be known that Gu Fei had used all sorts of methods to find his fellow disciples of the Taishan sect. However, it was only now that he had truly found Li Lingfeng, the eldest disciple of the Taishan sect. Zhao Ziru seemed to be in the heaven realm, but he could not find her anywhere. For Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng being demonized was absolutely not something that he could not allow. He still needed Li Lingfeng to rebuild the Taishan sect. If something happened to Li Lingfeng, then the rebuilding of the Taishan sect would become a bubble. Roar! At this time, Li Lingfeng roared and attacked. A black light rushed out of his hand, directly tearing the sky and earth apart, and strangled the great ancestor of the East Pole opposite him. The great ancestor of the East Pole displayed the supreme magic inherited from the Tai Huang and evolved the Tai Huang seal. The power of the Tai Huang seal was frighteningly strong. Boom! The great ancestor of the East Pole pressed his right hand forward, and the Tai Huang seal immediately rushed forward, colliding with the black light that was coming at him. However, this time, the black light directly split the Tai Huang seal that the great ancestor of the East Pole had evolved in half, and the intertwined patterns that had evolved into the Tai Huang seal dissipated. At the same time, the black light that split the Tai Huang seal that the great ancestor of the East Pole had evolved in half also became extremely dim, as if it could dissipate into the void at any time. The black light continued to slash at the great ancestor of the East Pole. However, another Tai Huang seal came and immediately exploded the black light that was slashing at him. The demonic patterns collapsed in the void. Buzz! The Tai Huang seal made a loud sound, and the supreme power of a true dragon erupted from it. The entire world seemed to be horrifying, as if it was about to be shattered. Although this Tai Huang seal was not the real Tai Huang seal that the old turtle had, the power it displayed made even Gu Fei a little surprised. The bloodline of the Tai Huang was indeed abnormal, but the great ancestor of the East Pole was also very powerful. It should be known that the dragon had 9 sons, and there were actually many descendants of the Tai Huang who had the bloodline of the Tai Huang. However, there were very few descendants of the Grand Emperor who could truly awaken the Grand Emperor's bloodline. Generally speaking, the second generation after the Grand Emperor, the Grand Emperor's children, only had a 50% chance of awakening their bloodline. It should be noted that Old Tortoise and the others were the Grand Emperor's children. It was definitely not an easy task to obtain a powerful inheritance. In this world, there was absolutely no such thing as reaping without sowing. However, Old Turtle and his brothers were undoubtedly lucky because they had an invincible father. With Tai Huang's help, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to awaken the Tai Huang bloodline in their bodies? Rumble! At that moment, the world trembled. A gigantic seal that was even larger than a mountain appeared in the world, slamming down towards the demonized Li Lingfeng. The great master of the East Pole dared not underestimate his opponent. To be precise, his opponent was not Li Lingfeng. Instead, it was the sword in Li Lingfeng's hand. It was obvious that the great ancestor of the East Pole great ancestor knew the origins of this peerlessly vicious sword. Good timing. Li Lingfeng grinned ferociously. The demonic sword in his hand directly flew up. Sword light revolved, turning into a huge black hole that frantically devoured all the essence in the surroundings. Even the vast power of the Tai Huang seal that the great master of the East Pole Great Ancestor conjured was continuously devoured by the black hole, causing the seal to become unstable. In the next moment, a wave of devouring demonic power surged out of the black hole. The entire void in front of the black hole instantly collapsed and was devoured by the black hole. Boom! The Tai Huang seal that was larger than a mountain directly blocked the black hole. However, the supreme power that had evolved into the Tai Huang seal was also frantically devoured by the black hole. The Tai Huang seal that the great master of the East Pole, Great Ancestor, conjured gradually dimmed. The dragon-shaped Tao patterns gradually dissipated, and the power of the great path disappeared. It had to be said that the demonic sword in Li Lingfeng's hand was truly amazing. It could even shake the Tai Huang seal that the great master of the East Pole, Great Ancestor, conjured using the power of his bloodline. The two supreme powers collided. The Tai Huang seal that the East Pole Great Ancestor conjured erupted with the power of the great path. However, the black hole that the demonic sword had transformed into also emitted the power of the great path. Everyone watched this scene with extreme shock. They were all extremely nervous because if the East Pole Great Ancestor was defeated, they would probably all die. They would all become nourishment for the peerlessly vicious sword. Some of the experts from the ancestral god realm had already begun to retreat when they saw that the situation was not in their favor. These people had taken the risk to enter the graveyard of the gods for the myriad god ancestral sword, not to commit suicide. The demonic spirit of the myriad demon ancestral sword was terrifyingly powerful. If even the East Pole Great Ancestor was no match for it, then how could the others suppress this fellow? Even Gu Fei was somewhat surprised. Could the myriad demon ancestral sword really devour everything? The eyes of the great Een demon spider and the dragon head demon, who were standing behind Gu Fei, lit up when they saw the scene. The myriad demon ancestral sword was actually this powerful. If they could obtain such a demonic sword, wouldn't their battle prowess increase greatly? They might even be able to use the power of the myriad demon ancestral sword to dispel the restrictive magic that Gu Fei had placed on them. If they could dispel the restrictive magic that Gu Fei had placed on them, they would regain their freedom and would no longer have to be Gu Fei's servants. Gu Fei naturally did not know what the great Een demon spider and the dragon head demon were thinking. Actually, even if he knew, he would not be afraid. Even if these two fellows obtained the myriad demon ancestral sword, would they be able to break free from his control? At this moment, the grand sovereign seal that was blocking the black hole gradually became faint and illusory. Soon, the grand sovereign seal that the East Pole Great Ancestor had conjured disappeared. Naturally, the supreme power that formed the grand sovereign seal was also devoured. Buzz! After devouring this power, the black hole formed by the myriad demon ancestral sword trembled. An even more powerful wave of power surged out from the black hole. In the depths of the black hole, there seemed to be a demonic figure faintly discernible. At this moment, the East Pole Great Ancestor was enveloped by the devouring power that surged out from the black hole. His body flew towards the black hole involuntarily, and he was about to be devoured by the black hole. However, Gu Fei discovered that the East Pole Great Ancestor did not panic at all. He was still calm and composed, as if he was not afraid of being devoured by the black hole and becoming nutrients for the demonic sword. The myriad demon ancestral sword's demonic power was very shocking. It could transform even more powerful by devouring the essence of other living beings. It was a demonic weapon that could grow on its own. In fact, regardless of whether it was a demonic weapon or a divine weapon, as long as it reached the extreme Tao level, it would be able to grow on its own. Even if it was heavily injured, it would be able to repair itself. However, the myriad demon ancestral sword could already transform on its own before it became an extreme Tao demonic weapon. Just as the East Pole Great Ancestor was about to be devoured by the black hole, an item suddenly flew out from his body. This is When Gu Fei saw the item, he was shocked. He saw a palm-sized dragon scale enveloped by a mass of true dragon qi colliding with the black hole. In the next moment, the black hole formed by the myriad demon ancestral sword collapsed, and a demonic figure was sent flying. All the experts watching the battle nearby were stunned when they saw this scene. Li Lingfeng, who was originally extremely powerful, was actually sent flying by a small dragon scale. A small dragon scale was actually able to shatter the black hole and send Li Lingfeng flying. Even Gu Fei found it a little unbelievable when he saw this scene. Could it be? Gu Fei's face turned solemn as he looked at the dragon scale floating in the void. The East Pole great ancestor waved his hand and kept the dragon scale. He then took a step forward and instantly approached Li Lingfeng. He then smashed his walking stick at Li Lingfeng. Clang! The walking stick in the East Pole great ancestor's hand was blocked by the myriad demon ancestral sword that Li Lingfeng had raised. The power contained in the walking stick was completely devoured by the myriad demon ancestral sword. The East Pole great ancestor was shocked. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to resist the terrifying devouring power of the myriad demon ancestral sword with his own strength. Li Lingfeng, who was under the control of the myriad demon ancestral sword's demonic spirit, became even more ferocious. He actually fiercely pounced at the East Pole great ancestor, completely disregarding his own safety. The East Pole great ancestor naturally would not be polite to Li Lingfeng. He only waved his hand and the dragon scale flew out again, directly hitting Li Lingfeng. Although it was a small dragon scale, it was able to resist the myriad demon ancestral sword. If Li Lingfeng was directly hit by the dragon scale, it went without saying that his body and soul would be instantly destroyed. However, Li Lingfeng, who was under the control of the demonic spirit, did not dodge. The myriad demon ancestral sword in his hand fiercely stabbed at the East Pole great ancestor's forehead. What? The East Pole great ancestor was shocked. Is this guy crazy? Although he could kill this guy, he would definitely be injured by the myriad demon ancestral sword. Although it would not be fatal, it would still greatly damage his vitality. At this juncture, the East Pole great ancestor definitely did not want his vitality to be greatly damaged. After all, chaos was about to descend. Preserving one's strength was the wisest move. The dragon scale that was flying at Li Lingfeng made a turn in the void and actually collided with the myriad demon ancestral sword that Li Lingfeng had thrust out. At the same time, the East Pole great ancestor instantly pulled away from Li Lingfeng. The East Pole great ancestor did not retract the dragon scale. Instead, the dragon scale turned into an incomparably dazzling blade light and slashed at Li Lingfeng. As long as Li Lingfeng was struck by the blade light formed by the dragon scale, it would be difficult for him to survive. However, the demonic spirit of the myriad demon ancestral sword did not want to see Li Lingfeng killed by the dragon scale. Therefore, it quickly retreated, instantly retreating 1,000 miles away. However, the dragon scale was moving too quickly. In an instant, it slashed at Li Lingfeng's neck, about to cut off his head. Li Lingfeng was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the dragon scale. What? Chapter 3487. The dragon scale that the patriarch of the East Pole brought out was shockingly powerful. It could actually contend against the 10,000 demons' ancestral sword. This was something that Gu Fei had not expected. It was only a dragon scale the size of a palm, and there weren't any powerful energy waves erupting from it. However, it was an attack that couldn't be any simpler, and yet it was enough to make the demonized Li Lingfeng suffer. The great ancestor of the East Pole sect took out the dragon scale again. This time, he wanted to give Li Lingfeng a fatal blow. The dragon scale instantly slashed down on Li Lingfeng. Just as Li Lingfeng's head was about to be separated from his body, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the dragon scale. When the Eastern Pole ancestor saw this, he couldn't help being startled. No one understood this dragon scale's power better than he did. No one had ever been able to grab a dragon scale with their bare hands. But now, someone had actually grabbed the dragon scale with his bare hands. How was that possible? He took a closer look and saw the person grabbing the dragon scale was a young man in a black outfit. Wisps of immortal glow were circling the young man's hand. The skin on his hand was different from the skin of an ordinary person. It was a sky blue color. It turned out that this black-clothed youth was wearing something on his hand. No wonder he dared to reach out and grab the dragon scale. The great patriarch of the East Pole sect understood, but he was still shocked. He could not tell what the other party was wearing, but it was definitely not something simple. At that moment, Li Lingfeng took advantage of the moment when the black-robed young man grabbed the dragon scale to slash out at the patriarch of the East Pole tribe. Without the protection of the dragon scale, it was very difficult for the patriarch of the East Pole tribe to block the attack. The black light, sword chi, that rushed out from the 10,000 demons' ancestral sword instantly slashed at the great ancestor of the East Pole. However, the next moment, the sword chi collapsed in the void. It turned out that a sword shadow had charged out from the black-robed young man's body, directly destroying the black light, sword chi. Roar! Li Lingfeng roared, and the myriad demons' ancestral sword in his hand slashed at the black-robed young man. He seemed to have completely lost his mind and became a puppet of the myriad demons' ancestral sword. Buzz! Just as the sword essence of the 10,000 demons' ancestor was about to strike the black-robed young man, a rumble was heard. The shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on the black-robed young man's body, sending Li Lingfeng flying along with his sword. After blasting Li Lingfeng away, the shadow of the huge cauldron that emerged from the black-clothed young man's body also dissipated into the void, leaving no traces behind. What happened? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Who are you? At that moment, the great ancestor of the East Pole great ancestor looked at the black-robed young man and asked calmly. On his body, the illusory figure of a dragon turtle condensed from the essence of a true dragon appeared faintly, emitting an extremely powerful pressure. This was the aura of bloodline power. If it was an ordinary quasi-supreme being, their divine soul would have been shaken long ago, and they wouldn't dare to fight with the Eastern Pole old ancestor at all. However, Gu Fei was different. He wasn't an ordinary quasi-supreme being. This kind of pressure was no longer able to affect him. Even if the true divine might of the extreme Tao were to descend, he would still be able to resist it. To think that there are actually descendants of the Grand Sovereign in the ancestral God realm. Gu Fei smiled, then said to the great ancestor of the East Pole sect. He didn't answer the question. What are you talking about? When the great patriarch of the East Pole heard Gu Fei's words, he was finally moved. You should know very well what I'm talking about, Gu Fei said as he looked at the East Pole patriarch. At this moment, the dragon scale in his hand gradually calmed down, causing the East Pole patriarch to be shocked. Who exactly are you? The great grandmaster of the East Pole sect had no choice but to be moved because the dragon scale was his trump card and also his most important thing. It could even be said to be his protective talisman. He was only able to live until now because of this dragon scale. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. This was especially true during the era of the Great War of Gods and Devils. The Great War of Gods and Devils had affected the entire ancestral god realm. Naturally, the Eastern Pole old ancestor could not remain unscathed and was dragged into the war. If it weren't for the protection of the dragon scales, he would have perished in the great war of gods and demons. Me, someone who has a bit of a relationship with your relative. The person who took the dragon scale was Gu Fei. He looked down at the dragon scale in his hand. He was able to take this dragon scale because he was using the Tai Huang's cultivation technique. With the Tai Huang's cultivation technique, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to take the dragon scale. Gu Fei saw that the dragon scale in his hand was fundamentally different from ordinary dragon scales. On this dragon scale, there were actually 9 dragon-shaped Dao patterns faintly visible. The 9 dragon Dao pattern was a supreme Dao pattern created by the Tai Huang. No wonder this dragon scale was so powerful. This dragon scale was definitely at the extreme Dao level. This dragon scale was condensed with the power of the Tai Huang. It was probably the scale on the Tai Huang's body. You can't be from the dragon clan, but why do you know my clan's cultivation technique? The East Pole Patriarch stared at Gu Fei with a serious expression. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. If Gu Fei answered wrongly, he would attack at any time. I've told you that I have a bit of a relationship with your relative. Why don't you believe me? The East Pole Patriarch was still skeptical. After all, he was the only one left of his bloodline. The other clansmen had long since perished. The Tai Huang and the Sky Yao had fought for the position of Monster Lord. In the end, the Sky Yao had been defeated and the Tai Huang had succeeded. Thus, the Tai Huang's bloodline was still regarded as the orthodox lineage. The Sky Yao, on the other hand, were considered traitors. The Tai Huang and the Sky Yao had fought so fiercely that even the Tai Huang's 9 sons had been affected. Naturally, the Sky Yao's descendants had been affected as well. The truth was that old ancestor East Pole had been hunted down by the heavenly demon clan and inadvertently escaped to the ancestral god realm. Since then, he had lived on the East Continent and eventually became one of the most powerful old fogies on the East Continent. The East Pole Patriarch had only recently come out of seclusion. Even though the East Continent had undergone a drastic change, such as the destruction of the Golden Crow clan and the resurgence of the Chaos Golden Rock clan, he couldn't be bothered. However, when the news of the myriad god ancestral sword's appearance spread, the East Pole Patriarch could no longer sit still. By then, the East Pole Patriarch had begun to believe Gu Fei's words. I can believe you if you want, but you have to return the dragon scale to me first. The East Pole Patriarch stared at the dragon scale in Gu Fei's hand. I'll return it to you then. Gu Fei waved his hand and threw the dragon scale towards the great ancestor of the East Pole, great ancestor. The East Pole Patriarch was in a great mood when he saw this. He hurriedly reached out and retrieved his dragon scale. Just as the East Pole Patriarch retrieved the dragon scale, Li Lingfeng, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei, attacked Gu Fei and the East Pole Patriarch with a myriad demon ancestral sword in hand. Chapter 3488. Li Lingfeng seemed to have been completely demonized. He actually attacked Gu Fei, which both shocked and infuriated Gu Fei. The power of the sword light that erupted from the myriad demons' ancestral sword was nothing to be scoffed at. In his haste, Gu Fei did not have the time to activate the saint artifact to protect himself. Swish! His figure directly disappeared into the void. The black sword light descended from the sky, creating a huge spatial crack where he had originally been. The spatial crack was like a bottomless abyss that lay across the world. The power of the laws of the world in the graveyard of the gods was very powerful. Even if the void was shattered, it would repair itself in a very short amount of time. Li Lingfeng slashed out 2 sword lights, while the other one directly descended on the great ancestor of the East Pole, great ancestor's head. The great ancestor of the East Pole, great ancestor, who had already retracted his dragon scale, naturally paid no attention to the sword light. He brought out his dragon scale right away. The descending sword light landed on the dragon scale, but it was blocked right away. Li Lingfeng grinned ferociously and pounced at the great ancestor of the East Pole, great ancestor. The demonic sword in his hand shone with resplendent sword light, and the devouring power that emanated from it devoured the worldly essence in the surroundings wildly. Cosmos Devourer! Li Lingfeng roared furiously and performed a demonic ability. The black sword in his hand immediately disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black vortex. A wave of devouring demonic power surged out from the depths of the vortex. The space before the vortex immediately collapsed and was devoured by the vortex. The devouring power also enveloped the great ancestor of the East Pole great ancestor. However, the great ancestor of the East Pole great ancestor simply stood there casually. A palm-sized dragon scale hovered above his head. No matter how powerful the devouring power from the depths of the vortex was, it was unable to even move a corner of his clothes. "All right, let's stop here," said Gu Fei. Then he flipped his right hand, and a small, unadorned cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a wave of energy that could awe the universe surged out from the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, and it suppressed the entire world. Li Lingfeng's movements immediately slowed down. It was not just Li Lingfeng. Even the great Grandmaster of the East Pole felt that he was being affected by a power which made him very displeased. By then, Gu Fei had already taken a step forward, standing between Li Lingfeng and the great ancestor of the East Pole sect. An even more powerful force of the cauldron of mountains and rivers erupted. This time, Li Lingfeng was swept away by the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers like a gust of wind. His miserable cries rang out in the air. Even the great patriarch of the East Pole, who was protected by the dragon scales, was shaken and was forced to retreat 10,000 feet away. This, seeing that Gu Fei had actually separated Li Lingfeng and the Eastern Pole old ancestor by himself. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. This black-clothed young man was actually powerful to such an extent. Some of the cultivators from the East Continent had long since recognized Gu Fei, but they were still shocked by the battle prowess and cultivation that Gu Fei had displayed. The Golden Crow tribe's extinction was no coincidence, and it was certainly not luck. Just as Gu Fei separated Li Lingfeng and the Eastern Pole old ancestor, a loud rumble suddenly rang out in the distance. The ground then began to shake, and a cloud of dust rushed up from the ground in the distance, straight into the sky. Then the ground split open and dust filled the air. Something deep in the ground had actually broken through the bottom layer and rushed out from the ground. Rumble, the ground shook, and it was as if the entire ground was about to collapse. Terrifying cracks that looked like abysses kept appearing on the ground. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, an ancient city rushed out from the ground. It was an incomparably huge ancient city. It broke through the soil and soared into the sky. At the same time, an incredibly holy aura of the divine way spread out from the top of the huge city, and the entire city was enveloped in a ball of divine light. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. No one had expected that there would be an ancient city deep in the graveyard of the gods. The ancient city rushed up into the sky and then floated there, not flying away. The ground was still covered in dust, and there was a huge crater in the ground. Myriad gods, ancestral city. The Eastern Pole old ancestor's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the ancient city in the sky. He then rushed up into the sky and rushed toward the ancient city. At the same time, other experts also rushed up into the sky, wanting to enter the ancient city. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the distance, and then a figure rushed over with lightning speed, about to rush into the ancient city. However, at that moment, a huge hand slapped out from the ancient city and slapped the unknown living being that was rushing over from afar away. Everyone was shocked at the scene. There was actually an expert guarding the ancient city? How was this possible? One had to know that this was the graveyard of the gods. At this time, Li Lingfeng also rushed over from the distance, directly rushing into the sky and fiercely pouncing toward the ancient city in the sky. What myriad gods, ancestral city! Gu Fei looked up at the huge city in the sky, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. It seemed that the news of the myriad gods' ancestral sword's appearance was not fake. It was not fake news released by Li Lingfeng. Boom! Bang! Above the sky, there were continuous screams. Those who wanted to enter the huge city in the sky were all blasted away. Some of them were directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Seeing the scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked, and for a moment no one dared to rush over. At the same time, huge figures appeared in the huge city, and from each figure there was a powerful aura of the extreme Tao realm. What? This is impossible! Seeing the scene, Gu Fei was also shocked. Could it be that there were countless extreme Tao god ancestors hiding in the huge city? No one knew what was happening in the huge city. Terrifying silhouettes appeared one after another in the huge city, bathed in divine light. They looked incomparably holy, giving people the urge to bow down and worship them. That can't be real! Soon, Gu Fei recovered from the shock. The extreme Tao god ancestors in the huge city were not real extreme Tao god ancestors, but just shadows. Even so, Gu Fei was still shocked by the news. What kind of place was this huge city? So many supreme god ancestors had been here, and left their shadows in the city that could not be erased even by time. No one knew the secret, and once it was revealed, it would definitely shock the entire ancestral god realm. Could it be? Chapter 3489. There was actually a giant city buried in the center of the graveyard of the gods. This was something that none of the cultivators in the ancestral god realm knew about, not even the super old antiques. There's actually a city here. The great forefather of the East Pole great ancestor was also dumbfounded. He had lived long enough and knew many secrets, but he still didn't know enough about this most mysterious place in the ancestral god realm. At this time, no one cared about fighting anymore. They all stared nervously at the giant city floating in the sky in front of them. The giant city was bathed in divine light, and there was a dragon-like divine light of the great path circling around it. And in the ancient city, there was also a supreme figure faintly visible. All of this made the entire giant city look incomparably holy. Inside the ancient city, divine light swirled, as if there was a supreme divine land evolving there. The aura of the divine way spread between the heavens and the earth, actually showing signs of dispersing the aura of death that enveloped the entire graveyard of the gods. Roar! Above the giant city, when the divine power spread out, a terrifying roar came from afar. Some extremely powerful dead spirits were startled. There was no telling how many fallen gods were buried in the graveyard of the gods. Some of the bodies of gods had changed and turned into dead spirits that wandered the graveyard of the gods. Gods were not ordinary living beings, and the dead spirits transformed from the bodies of gods were not ordinary living beings that could be compared to the dead spirits transformed from the corpses of ordinary living beings. Roar! Very soon, another roar sounded from another direction. After that, a powerful aura of death swept over, and half the world turned dark. Endless aura of death was gathering, and a terrifying dead spirit was about to be born. Everyone was extremely nervous because the aura of death was too powerful. Even the great forefather of the East Pole, great ancestor, had a grave expression on his face. At that moment, however, Gu Fei discovered that the demonized Li Lingfeng had disappeared to who knew where. This surprised him. The reason he had taken the risk to enter the graveyard of the gods wasn't because of the myriad god ancestral sword. Did you guys notice Li Lingfeng? Gu Fei asked the demon spider and dragon head demon beside him. I don't know. He was here a moment ago, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye, the great Een demon spider said. At this time, it was thinking about the darkness chief sovereign's demonic essence that Gu Fei had obtained. If its master could give that demonic essence to it, that would be great. Whoever finds Li Lingfeng will get the devil origin, Gu Fei said. He naturally knew what these two guys were thinking. Yes, master. The great Een demon spider and dragon head demon were overjoyed when they heard this, and they immediately turned around and left. At this moment, a huge black shadow appeared in the pitch-black sky in the distance. Endless, deathly aura was vast and mighty, and two blood-red lights were faintly discernible within the deathly aura. In another direction, a devilish figure also appeared between heaven and earth. The two great super undead spirits actually showed signs of gathering and annihilating a group of experts from the ancestral god realm. This was definitely not a good thing for the experts of the ancestral god realm. At this time, Gu Fei was watching this scene like an outsider. To the ancestral god realm, he was originally just a passerby. Although he had cultivated his own forces here, he still had to return to the human world in the end. He couldn't stay in the ancestral god realm forever. Oh no, the experts of the ancestral god realm couldn't help but change their expressions. At this time, in the towering deathly aura, countless silhouettes could be faintly discernible. They were the silhouettes of countless undead spirits. It was an army of undead spirits. These super undead spirits were much stronger than quasi-supreme beings, so they naturally had an army of undead spirits fighting for them. The graveyard of the gods was very large, much larger than any of the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm. Naturally, such a large place wasn't something that could be completely occupied by a single supreme dead spirit. What should we do? Is this really a trap? Someone cried out in alarm. Even the old antiques of the ancestral god realm who were used to seeing storms couldn't sit still. However, the huge city in the sky was truly the myriad gods' ancestral city. Perhaps the legendary number 1 divine weapon of the ancestral god realm really was in the city. The aura of the ancestral city was simply too astonishing. However, the ancestral city was protected by a powerful force. Even the old antiques wouldn't have an easy time barging in, let alone others. Rumble. Just as the experts of the ancestral god realm were at a loss as to what to do, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly came from the distant sky. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and were shocked. They saw a huge black hand directly grabbing at the huge city from the distant sky. The huge hand erupted with a monstrous, deathly energy that shook the entire world. The terrifying super undead spirit in the distance had made its move. Deathly energy erupted in the sky, filling the earth and sky with an oppressive atmosphere that made everyone's heart palpitate. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. Everyone watched this scene nervously, but no one tried to stop it. Boom! The huge black hand directly grabbed the layer of divine light in the sky above the huge city. The layer of divine light shook violently as if it was about to be torn apart by the black hand. The divine power and the deathly energy collided, producing terrifying waves that forced the experts of the divine clan to retreat further away. It's as powerful as a quasi-supreme expert's all-out attack. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. The super undead spirit was indeed powerful. A casual attack was so powerful that a quasi-supreme expert was definitely no match for it. The super undead spirit was definitely one of the most powerful existences below the extreme Tao. It was an existence at the same level as Tsan Quebec. At this moment, the divine light that shrouded the myriad gods' ancestral city gradually dimmed, as if it was about to be torn apart by the black ghost hand. However, at this moment, a figure in the myriad gods' ancestral city moved. Vaguely, the figure seemed to have struck out a palm. Then, the huge black hand directly collapsed in the void. The deathly aura that shrouded the world seemed to have been dispersed, and the dim world became bright again. Roar! A terrifying roar came from afar, and the monstrous devil chi was surging. A ferocious and terrifying devil shadow was emitting a strong devil nature aura, which almost affected the minds of some god ancestor experts. Demonic aura was hard to resist. It could trigger a cultivator's inner demons. Once the inner demons arose, it would be very difficult to get rid of them. Swish. Chapter 3490. There was no doubt about the power of a super dead spirit. A demonic arrow shot from afar, directly piercing through the layer of divine light that shrouded the sky above the giant city, and hit a figure in the giant city. What? Seeing this, all the experts of the divine clan were shocked. This super undead spirit seemed to be much more powerful than the previous one. At this time, Gu Fei found that the demonic arrow that hit the figure in the city had turned into a gust of black qi and dissipated in the void. Then the figure disappeared as well. A demonic arrow actually destroyed a supreme master's figure in the city of 10,000 gods, ancestral gods. Such a result shocked the super antiques. Existences like the East Pole Old Ancestor naturally knew what the figures in the city were. They were the figures left behind by supreme god ancestors. After countless years, they still existed and never disappeared. But now, the super undead spirit had directly destroyed a supreme master's figure. The power of this arrow shocked even Gu Fei. At this time in the distant sky, the pitch-black devil qi was rapidly sweeping towards the city of 10,000 gods, ancestral gods. Within the devil qi, countless figures could be vaguely seen. The undead spirit army had arrived. All the experts of the ancestral god realm were shocked. A great battle broke out. Some god ancestor experts directly rushed into the devil qi and fought with the countless undead spirits. One by one, the undead spirits were blasted out of the devil qi by the god ancestor experts. When the devil qi dissipated, countless undead spirits rushed out and attacked the city of 10,000 gods, ancestral gods. The super undead spirits' target was the city of 10,000 gods, ancestral gods, not the experts of the divine clan. Swoosh! Another demonic arrow was shot from afar. Once again, it easily pierced through the divine light. But this time, a figure in the city reached out and grabbed the demonic arrow. Boom! In the next moment, with a loud bang, the demonic arrow that was being held actually exploded, turning into a ball of demonic fire that instantly enveloped the figure. What? Seeing this, everyone was shocked, but then they let out a sigh of relief. They saw that the demonic flames had dissipated, and the figure was still standing there, as if he hadn't been affected at all. Among the supreme god ancestors, there were strong ones and weak ones. The residual shadows left by the powerful supreme god ancestors were naturally extremely powerful. It was absolutely necessary. Kill. At this time, silhouettes flickered near the myriad gods' ancestral city. Some experts of the celestial race opened up their inner worlds and released the celestial race's combat soldiers. Just like that, a massive battle erupted. Countless figures moved through the air at high speed as the power of the divine Tao clashed with the power of death. Dead spirits fell from the sky one after another as their bodies and souls were destroyed. There were also ancestral god armaments that were killed by the undead spirits. Blood splattered everywhere. Master, I found it. Just as Gu Fei was about to make his move, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Found it. Gu Fei was both surprised and overjoyed. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void. However, at this moment, a rumble suddenly rang out in the void. Then, Gu Fei's figure fell out of the void. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Never had he imagined that someone would actually confine an area of the heavens and the earth, and even he was unable to escape. It was truly detestable. Master, come quickly. Help. The voice of the supreme demon spider continued to ring in Gu Fei's mind. Humph. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps. With just one step, he rushed out of the encirclement of the undead spirits. He took another step and disappeared into the void. Boom! Bam! Dull crashing sounds rang out continuously. The 3 figures moved quickly in the void like 3 residual shadows. They were almost invisible to the naked eye. One had to admit that the demonized Li Lingfeng was really terrifying. The demonic sword in his hand displayed extreme power. At least the supreme demon spider and the dragon head demon did not dare to fight head-on with it. Withdraw. Gu Fei took out the cauldron of mountain and river as soon as he appeared. He activated the cauldron of mountain and river. A terrifying devouring power immediately surged out of the cauldron and enveloped Li Lingfeng. Although Li Lingfeng had been demonized, He knew the danger and immediately retreated. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow. A rumble came from the cauldron of mountain and river. 9 ancient runes appeared on the body of the cauldron. In the next moment, Li Lingfeng and his sword were sucked into the cauldron of mountain and river. Master is mighty. Seeing this, the supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon were stunned. They hurriedly knelt before Gu Fei. Rise! Gu Fei was in a good mood after putting Li Lingfeng and the supreme demon ancestral sword away. He then took out the demonic source that he had obtained from the ruler of darkness. Although the demonic source was only the size of a fist, the demonic power that emanated from it was unimaginably powerful. Endless demonic light shone from the fist-sized demonic source. This was the purest demonic yuan qi. As long as the supreme Yin demon spider or the dragon head demon devoured it, their cultivation would definitely soar by 1 or 2 levels. The supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon stared at the demonic source in Gu Fei's hand. They wanted nothing more than to pounce on Gu Fei and snatch the demonic source away. Gu Fei glanced at the supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon. Then he directly split the divine light in half with his sword. He gave the 2 halves of the demonic source to the supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon. The supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon immediately took the demonic source from Gu Fei's hand with great joy. The supreme Yin demon spider immediately swallowed the demonic source in 1 gulp. Then it sat cross-legged in the void and operated the demonic power to refine the essence of the demonic source. Seeing this, the dragon head demon naturally wouldn't show any weakness. He also sat cross-legged and swallowed the demonic source in his hand. In the next moment, a mass of demonic light emerged from the dragon head demon's body and enveloped him. Within the demonic light, one could vaguely see demonic patterns faintly appearing and intertwining. These 2 guys, Gu Fei was somewhat speechless. He pondered for a moment and then waved his sleeves to keep the supreme Yin demon spider and the dragon head demon into his inner world. Then he turned around. At this moment, the vicinity of Myriad Deity Ancestral City was filled with fast-moving figures in the sky and on the ground. Battle cries shook the sky. When Gu Fei returned, a super dead spirit had already attacked the huge city. This made Gu Fei feel incredulous that there was such a powerful existence in the present world. That super undead spirit was powerful to the extreme, and it was actually fighting endlessly against the afterimages of the supreme beings in the city with incomparable ferocity. Boom! With a muffled sound, a figure flew out of the huge city. This is Chapter 35:17. The myriad god ancestral city that appeared in the depths of the graveyard of the gods contained a great secret of the world that attracted generations of extreme supremes from the ancestral god realm. At this time in the myriad god ancestral city's city, Lord Mansion, there was a building that looked like an altar. There was a stone that was as tall as a person. Clearly this was a divine stone. There was a lot of blood on it, and the blood seemed to have just splashed on it. It didn't seem to have solidified. Every drop of blood was glowing with a bloody light, giving off a fiendish aura. Wow, this blood is incredible. The fire ape progenitor, who was standing beside Gu Fei, exclaimed in shock. He was an extreme supremes, so he could tell that the blood on the stone was definitely left behind by an extreme supremes. Only the blood of an extreme supremes could last for eternity and never dry up. The life form sealed inside the stone is even more incredible. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He wasn't sure if there was a life form sealed inside the stone. Perhaps it was just a shadow, but it could also be a life form. However, regardless of whether the thing inside the stone was a shadow or a life form, Gu Fei didn't want to provoke it. This thing might be a great omen. How do we deal with it? Gu Fei asked the old man. Of course, we'll take it away. The old man looked at the stone in front of him. He was very interested in it. It was something from the primordial chaos world, and he seemed to care a lot about that world. The primordial chaos world was the legendary origin of the myriad worlds. Be it the human world, heavenly world, desolate world, primal chaos demon world, or ancestral god realm, they were all derived from the primordial chaos world. Gu Fei was also very curious about that world, but he knew that the life forms of that world would never welcome him. There might even be life forms from the primordial chaos world in the ancestral god realm. Otherwise, this stone wouldn't have appeared in the ancestral god realm. Are you sure? Gu Fei was a little surprised. Wasn't this guy afraid of trouble the most? He actually wanted to take this stone. If he were to be tainted by the karma, it might be very troublesome. Of course, the little old man said. He did not immediately take away the strange stone. Instead, he circled around the strange stone and examined it carefully, as if he was studying the patterns on the strange stone. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt that the blurry figure inside the strange stone seemed to move. Did he miss it? Gu Fei was very surprised. It must be known that with his current cultivation, he would not have any illusions at all. Perhaps the figure inside the strange stone had really moved. Boom! All of a sudden, a muffled sound shook the entire myriad gods' ancestral city. What's going on? Everyone on the altar was startled, because the tremors were coming from under their feet. They looked down and saw that the ground beneath their feet had actually cracked. Ancient runes emerged from the ground beneath their feet, interweaving into Tao diagrams that suppressed the extremely powerful force that erupted from the altar. Could there be something sealed below? The fire ape progenitors said in shock. That's right. There is a living being from that world sealed here. The sword slave spoke. As the protector of myriad gods' ancestral city, he naturally knew what was inside the city, Lord Mansion. Why didn't you say so earlier? The little old man was going crazy. This fella was simply cheating them. He clearly knew that there was a living being sealed here, and yet he did not tell them. You guys didn't even ask. The sword slave shrugged and said, You! The little old man was speechless. Boom! Another muffled sound came from the ground. This time, the ground cracked and the strange stone was almost blown away. The little old man waved his hand, and the strange stone immediately disappeared, taken away by him. Just as the little old man took away the strange stone, the power beneath the altar exploded in an instant, and cracking sounds rang out incessantly. Dodge! The little old man soared into the sky and evaded. Gu Fei and the rest reacted and rushed out of the altar. In the next moment, boom! With a loud bang, the entire altar exploded. Countless fragments shot out in all directions, and countless Tao patterns dissipated in the void. At the same time, a figure rushed out from the ground. Roar! The figure rushed into the sky and roared at the sky. Terrifying sound waves spread out and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. Gu Fei and the rest were shocked. Was this fella a living being from that world? The living being had the body of a human, but its body was covered in green scales. Its limbs were long, and its blood-red eyes shone with a ferocious light. A murderous aura spread out from the living being's body. Gu Fei was shocked. This living being was different from the primordial chaotic world's living beings that he had killed previously. This living being gave off an extremely powerful and dangerous feeling. What the hell are you shouting for? The fire ape primogenitor cursed and charged towards the living being, smashing his mace down on the living being's head. Who cares if it's a primordial chaotic world's living being? I'll kill it first. Clang! The fire ape primogenitor's goldenrod smashed against the living being's arm, but there was a metallic clang. What a strong defense! Gu Fei was shocked. This guy could actually use his flesh and blood to block his goldenrod. This guy's fleshly body was really tough to the extreme. Roar! The living being roared and pounced towards the fire ape primogenitor. It was extremely ferocious. Die! The fire ape primogenitor roared and extended his right hand. A huge palm appeared in the void and covered the entire sky, grabbing towards the living being. The living being screamed and spat out a ball of chaotic fire towards the fire ape primogenitor's hand. Uft! Right at this moment, the sword slave attacked. He actually pierced the head of that living being with a single sword strike and pinned the living being in midair. In the next moment, the living being's body exploded into a bloody mist. But very quickly, Gu Fei realized that something was wrong. Can't even withstand a single blow. The fire ape primogenitor retreated and stood next to Gu Fei. However, he couldn't speak in the next moment. The bloody mist didn't dissipate. Instead, it wriggled. In a few breaths' time, the bloody mist formed into a person. This living being came from the primordial chaotic world and had mastered a secret technique that could allow rebirth. This, the fire ape primogenitor couldn't help but be shocked. This fella was practically unkillable, just as the fire ape primogenitor was fighting against a powerful being from the primordial chaotic world. The scales on the living being's body could actually fly and turn into a sword light that slashed at the fire ape primogenitor. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly as the fire ape primogenitor fought against the being from the primordial chaotic world. Gu Fei, the sword slave, and the others retreated far away. One had to know that this was a battle between two extreme Dao experts. If they were careless and got caught up in the shockwaves, they would definitely die. "You're still not going to help?" Gu Fei asked the old man beside him. "Help what? That's his own battlefield. Bystanders can't interfere," the old man replied. This was the rule of the older generation. He wouldn't help the fire ape primogenitor, but he kept staring at Chicken Thigh, who was fighting against the fire ape primogenitor. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. No one expected the living being that rushed out of the altar to be this strong. It was too heaven-defying. Preposterous. The fire ape primogenitor was both shocked and furious. The other party's combat strength was too strong, on par with him. If this continued, when would he be able to kill this fella? The extreme Dao Supremes were all arrogant. The fire ape primogenitor didn't ask for help. If it was the sword slave or the extreme Dao corpse demon, any one of them would be able to defeat this living being. At this time, a powerful aura came from another part of the city, Lord's Mansion. Boom! At the same time, an incomparably huge silhouette stood up from the city, Lord's Mansion. A chilling killing intent spread out from the silhouette. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked and enraged. Swish! The sword slave's silhouette instantly disappeared into the void. Very quickly, his silhouette appeared in front of the huge silhouette. There was actually another silhouette standing inside the huge silhouette. This startled the sword slave, but he didn't think too much about it and directly slashed at the silhouette. Buzz! A sword cry resounded through the 9 heavens. An extremely resplendent sword light rushed out from the sword slave's hand, slashing towards the silhouette in front of him. Swish! The sword light flashed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The huge figure did not have time to dodge at all. It was directly slashed in half by the sword light and dissipated in the void. However, the living being inside the silhouette disappeared in an instant. Even with the sword slave's eyesight, he couldn't see how the foreign living being disappeared. In the next moment, the living being suddenly appeared behind the sword slave and smashed a fist towards the sword slave. A powerful fist force exploded, destroying and shattering the void. However, a ball of sword light emerged from the sword slave's body and enveloped him. The living being's fist smashed against the sword slave's protective sword light. Bam! A muffled sound resounded. The sword slave only felt a powerful force coming in, and he actually couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Kill! The sword slave was infuriated. With a roar, countless sword lights suddenly erupted from his body. Every sword light cut through the void, displaying an incomparably powerful might. The sword lights filled every inch of the void. The living being couldn't dodge at all and was instantly pierced by the countless sword lights. Chapter 35:18. There was a drastic change in Myriad God's ancestral city. A living being sealed in the altar beneath the wondrous rock broke the seal and rushed out. Extreme Tao-level power erupted from this living being. Although this creature was humanoid, its body was covered in green scales, its limbs were long, and it had a pair of blood-red pupils that made one's heart palpitate. Everyone was astonished to see the creature's appearance. What shocked Gufei the most was that the creature was actually an extreme, great path creature. The fire ape Primogenita charged forward and engaged in a huge battle with this living being. However, the fire ape Primogenita didn't expect that the life form's body was so strong that it could contend against a saint weapon of extreme Tao with its own body. The two powerhouses clashed. Extreme Tao-level power erupted and shook the entire myriad god ancestral city. Roar! The fire ape primogenitor was unstoppable. The golden staff in his hand exploded with supreme power and forced the life form to retreat. However, the life form wasn't weak either. Though it was in a sorry state, it wasn't defeated by the fire ape Primogen. Clang! The scales on the mysterious creature's body began to vibrate. Then, an incredibly sharp sword beam shot out from each of the scales, piercing towards the fire ape Primogenitor. Humph! The fire ape Primogenitor's body shook. His armor lit up and countless Tao runes rushed out of it. These Tao runes weaved around his body and formed a light barrier that enveloped the fire ape Primogenitor within. The sword light from the mysterious life form landed on the light shield around the fire ape Primogenitor and was blocked by the light shield. The mysterious life form was startled. But at this time, the fire ape Primogenitor counterattacked. The golden staff in his hand grew to the size of a heavenly pillar and smashed down on the mysterious life form's head. Rumble! The entire void shook as the golden staff smashed down. The void shattered, and even chaotic energy was smashed out. Swoosh! The mysterious life form's figure instantly disappeared, and the fire ape Primogenitor's attack missed. In the next moment, the mysterious life form suddenly appeared in the sky above the fire ape Primogenitor. Then it formed a seal with both hands and pressed down on the fire ape Primogenitor. The power of the seal spread out from the mysterious creature's hands. An entire space seemed to solidify. The fire ape Primogenitor, who bore the brunt of the attack, was immediately sealed in ice. But in the next moment, boom! The ice on fire ape Primogenitor's body exploded as a ball of extreme Tao True fire erupted from his body. It was like a divine sun had appeared above myriad god ancestral city, dispersing all of the frigid energy. The mysterious creature did not show any signs of weakness. A powerful cold force burst out of its body and blocked the mighty extreme true fire. Kill! Kill! The two figures collided once again. At the same time, on the other side of myriad god ancestral city, the sword slave and another mysterious expert were locked in a fierce battle. Rays of extreme Tao sword light slashed through the void from time to time. On the other hand, the mysterious living being that was battling the sword slave was like a wisp of smoke, as if it didn't have a body of flesh and blood. Streaks of sword light slashed through its body, but it didn't hurt it at all. The void around the sword slave and the mysterious life form was shrouded in a faint mist. The mist came from the mysterious life form's body. It was like the life form's clones, and each strand of mist could transform into the mysterious life form. The mysterious life form appeared and disappeared mysteriously, giving the sword slave a headache. This ancient city actually has a life form from that world sealed. How surprising! The little old man couldn't help but be moved by this scene. One had to know that the two life forms that broke the seal were life forms from the primordial chaos world. These two creatures were extremely powerful, and they were both true extreme Tao Supremes. However, they had been sealed for countless years, and their vitality had long since been greatly damaged. Otherwise, the sword slave wouldn't have been a match for the mysterious life form. Even so, the sword slave couldn't hold on any longer. After all, he wasn't a true extreme Tao supremacy, so he couldn't fight against one. "You go," Gu Fei said to the extreme Tao corpse demon beside him. The extreme Tao corpse demon did not say anything and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he had already charged into the void that was shrouded in mist. What? The mysterious creature was startled upon seeing this. At the same time, a cloud of death chi rushed out of the extreme Tao corpse demon's body. In the next moment, a torrential death chi enveloped half the world. When the death chi came into contact with the mist, it immediately corroded it, leaving no place for the mysterious life form to hide. When the sword slave saw the extreme Tao corpse demon facing off against the mysterious life form, he immediately retreated. He didn't want to be affected by the explosion of energy between the two powerhouses. The mysterious life form's silhouette finally appeared in the sky. It looked like an illusory figure that could be blown away by a gust of wind. The extreme Tao corpse demon didn't care who that fellow was. The aura emitted from that fellow was a little strange, so he immediately pounced towards that figure. The figure suddenly turned into a spear and pierced towards the forehead of the extreme Tao corpse demon that was pouncing towards it. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. What's going on? Could it be that the mysterious life form can transform into any weapon? In the next moment, the extreme Tao corpse demon's right hand grabbed forward. The spear directly pierced his palm and emitted a clanging sound. The spear was sent flying away. When the spear disappeared, the blurry figure of the mysterious life form appeared in the void, emitting a tyrannical aura of the extreme Tao corpse demon. Fortunately, these extreme Tao existences were fighting in the myriad deity ancestral city. If they were fighting in the outside world, many people would have died. Even the myriad deity ancestral city was shaking violently. Cracks appeared on the ground as if it would collapse at any moment. This caused Gu Fei to be indescribably shocked. After all, in his knowledge, this ancient city had existed since time immemorial, so it was impossible for it to be destroyed. At this moment, several other places in the myriad deity ancestral city also emitted powerful auras. Another powerful existence broke the seal and came out. What should we do? Gu Fei asked the little old man. This ancient city was indeed hiding a great secret of heaven and earth. There was actually a life form from the primal chaos world sealed here. Chapter 35:19. What's going on? The myriad god ancestral city shook violently. The powerful beings sealed within the city were trying to break free and regain their freedom. However, the seal within the city had been reinforced by generations of extreme Tao sovereigns in the ancestral god world. How could it be easy for these beings to break free? Rumble! The ancient city continued to shake, but at the same time more and more Tao runes surged out of the ancient city, interweaving into Tao diagrams that sealed the primogenitor world's beings. At this time, the old man seemed to have discovered something. In an inconspicuous corner, there was an altar, an incomparably ancient altar. The little old man waved his right hand, and the altar immediately flew up and flew towards him, where he grabbed it. The altar was engraved with incomparably ancient Tao runes. Even a knowledgeable existence, like the old man, didn't know the origin of these Tao runes. The little old man carefully channeled a strand of divine power into the altar. In the next moment, the markings on the altar lit up. After that, a ball of divine light surged out from the altar and directly opened up a passageway in the void that led to an unknown place. The little old man and Gu Fei were very surprised. This altar was actually a teleportation array platform. Where could this teleportation array platform teleport people to? At this time, the divine power that the old man had injected into the teleportation formation was completely consumed by the formation. The passage opened up by the formation also disappeared. The old man, in the form of the mountain river cauldron, hurriedly injected another strand of divine power into the teleportation formation, and the passage above the formation reappeared. Gu Fei was very curious about where the other end of the teleportation formation platform was. Then a figure rushed out from his body and directly rushed into the passage above the teleportation formation platform. The old man continued to inject divine power into the teleportation formation to maintain its operation. Half an hour later, Gu Fei's clone finally returned. To be more precise, his clone had escaped because there was a large group of beings chasing after him. Very soon, a buzzing sound could be heard from the teleportation channel. Fist-sized poisonous wasps surrounded by chaotic aura flew out of the teleportation channel. These poisonous bees flew directly towards Gu Fei and the little old man, which gave them a shock. However, the little old man suddenly stretched out his hand, and a suction force emerged from his palm, directly grabbing the swarm of wasps that flew out of the teleportation channel. "You want this too?" Gu Fei said. This kind of poisonous bee was very formidable. If one was stung by it, even a quasi-supreme being would be poisoned. "This is good stuff." The little old man kept these poisonous bees into the mountain and river cauldron, then asked about the situation on the other side of the teleportation channel. At this time, the ancient teleportation array had already stopped. The teleportation channel above the teleportation formation platform naturally disappeared as well. "It might be the primogenitor realm," Gu Fei said in a heavy tone. The primogenitor realm was the primordial chaotic world. This world was the origin of all worlds, the birthplace of all worlds. This world could be said to be the highest level of world. The living beings in this world were naturally extremely powerful. Those poisonous bees were the best proof. Primogenitor realm? The little old man was shocked. He seemed to be very afraid of this world. No one would have thought that this ancient altar was actually a teleportation formation platform that led to the primogenitor realm. At this time, two powerful divine thoughts suddenly swept over from afar. Then, two figures of extreme Tao immediately rushed towards the little old man. Those were the two mysterious living beings. They were targeting the teleportation formation platform in the little old man's hand. A smoke-like figure instantly floated in front of the little old man and Gu Fei. Gu Fei naturally retreated. With his cultivation, it was still impossible for him to fight against a true extreme Tao supreme being. Fortunately, the two mysterious living beings' target was not Gu Fei, but the little old man. Hand over the teleportation formation platform. The other mysterious living being roared angrily and attacked the little old man to snatch the ancient teleportation formation platform. A large hand reached out from afar and enveloped the little old man. "I'll hand it over just because you want me to? What a joke!" The little old man glanced at the two of them and said disdainfully. At the same time, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The large hand that was grabbing towards him was swallowed in one gulp. You, the mysterious living being, had arrived. He did not expect the little old man to be so powerful. "Come in." The little old man flipped his right hand, and an ancient cauldron immediately appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a devouring force appeared from the cauldron, wanting to swallow the mysterious living being as well. The mysterious living being immediately flew towards the mountain river cauldron involuntarily. Just as it was about to be swallowed by the mountain river cauldron, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and pulled the mysterious living being over. This, seeing the fat meat that was right in his mouth escape, the little old man was enraged. At the same time, the fire ape ancestor and the extreme Tao corpse demon had already charged over. They fought the two mysterious living beings endlessly. The strong power of the extreme Tao spread out, and the entire space seemed like it was going to turn into chaos again. "You've lucked out today." The little old man then merged with the mountain river cauldron in his hand. A terrifying wave of energy immediately appeared between heaven and earth. At that moment, the little old man's combat power was raised to its limit. Terrifying divine power rippled out, and even the fire ape ancestor and the extreme Tao corpse demon were terrified. This guy is going to go crazy again. The fire ape ancestor couldn't help but mourn for the two mysterious living beings. As expected, the little old man charged towards the mysterious living being that the fire ape ancestor was fighting against. With just one punch, the little old man threw the mysterious living being away. Roar! After the mysterious living being steadied itself, it howled at the sky. However, just as the mysterious creature raised its head and roared, a fist directly smashed towards its face. With a bang, a small part of the mysterious creature's face caved in, and blood spurted out from its nose. The mysterious living being shrieked in agony. The little old man continued to attack. At that moment, the fire ape ancestor retreated and watched the show from the side. Very quickly, the mysterious living being that was fighting against the fire ape ancestor was beaten black and blue by the little old man. It was then subdued by the little old man. The other mysterious living being wanted to escape, but it was entangled by the extreme Tao corpse demon. It couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Without any suspense, the two powerful living beings from the ancestral realm were finally subdued by the little old man. Gu Fei had two more capable assistants. This caused Gu Fei to be both surprised and delighted. Chapter 35:20. Gu Fei felt that the god of the mountain and river cauldron wasn't something an ordinary extreme Tao treasure god could compare to. This was because the old man was ridiculously strong. One had to know that the fire ape primogenitor, the extreme Tao corpse demon, and the two living beings from the primogenitor realm were true extreme Tao sovereigns. Yet the extreme Tao artifact, the mountain river cauldron, easily defeated them. The fire ape primogenitor's strength was overwhelming. The fire ape primogenitor, the extreme Tao corpse demon, and the two primogenitor realm beings were directly suppressed and subdued. They had no choice but to submit because the old man had planted a powerful restriction on them. Their lives were in the hands of the old man. Even true extreme Tao sovereigns couldn't undo this restriction. The old man subdued the four true extreme Tao sovereigns, which benefited Gu Fei. This was because the old man directly imparted the restriction to the fire ape primogenitor and the others to Gu Fei. Making these extreme Tao sovereigns listen to Gu Fei made them extremely unhappy, but they couldn't resist because they didn't want to die. Of the two primogenitor realm beings, the humanoid one was called Zhonghan. He cultivated primal chaos, profound Yin power, and could freeze everything within 10,000 miles. The other, smoke-like, primogenitor realm expert was called Xianing. Both Zhonghan and Xianing had been sealed in Myriad God's ancestral city for countless years. They knew nothing about the current primogenitor realm. The inconspicuous array platform that Gu Fei's group obtained led to the primogenitor realm. Xianing and Zhonghan were both surprised and delighted. They were surprised that Gu Fei's group had a teleportation array platform that led to the primogenitor realm. They were delighted that they might have a chance to return to the primogenitor realm. All right, all of you go and help suppress the other beings. Gu Fei directly ordered the fire ape primogenitor and the others. Yes, the fire ape primogenitor and the others acknowledged the order and left. Soon enough, a series of muffled noises came from various parts of the Myriad God's ancestral city. True extreme Tao power erupted and suppressed the power that was just about to emerge. It didn't take long for the entire Myriad God ancestral city to calm down. Gu Fei was also very curious about the primogenitor's realm. It should be known that it was the origin of all the worlds in the universe. However, he couldn't go there right now because his combat power wasn't particularly strong. At this time, the ancestral god world experts that broke into Myriad God ancestral city appeared outside the city lord manor in hopes of obtaining the divine weapon that was sealed there. A divine artifact could move people's hearts. After sealing the experts of Myriad God ancestral city, Fire Ape Progenitor and the others returned. Thus they left Myriad God Ancestral City and went outside. At this time, countless cultivators were roaming the vicinity of Myriad God Ancestral City. At this moment, the Myriad Deity Ancestral City's defensive array had been completely repaired. The defensive array's power was definitely enough to withstand the attack of a true extreme sovereign, a city full of secrets. The little old man looked at the giant city and suddenly sighed. It was very likely that this giant city came from the primogenitor realm. Of course, this was just a guess. Let's go and contend for supremacy. The little old man puffed out his chest and strode out of the Myriad God graveyard. No one dared to stop them, and they all obediently moved to the side. At this time, the eastern region was in a state of chaos because several major forces had entered the eastern region at the same time. Currently, the eastern region was in an endless war, especially the Chaos Golden Rock race. They had just regained what belonged to them, but were unlucky enough to encounter the most turbulent time in the ancestral god world. When Gu Fei and the others descended majestically from the 9 heavens above the ancestral god realm, the aura of extreme waste spread out, shocking countless people. Let's clean up the trash in the eastern region first, then march into the central continent and unify the world, Gu Fei said to the others. However, when they returned to the eastern continent, they heard a lot of unfavorable news for the Chaos Golden Rock race. An expert of the Chaos Golden Rock race had fallen, killed by an ancestor of the Pang clan. The Skyfire clan had also sent an even more powerful creature to lead the Skyfire battle army into the eastern continent. However, what shocked the ancestor of the Skyfire clan was that even if Gu Fei wasn't around, it wouldn't be easy for them to break into the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock race. At this time, the entire ancestral god world was in chaos. Not only the eastern continent, but the other 4 continents were also in chaos. Rumble! Endless heavenly fire descended from the sky and completely enveloped the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock race. Figures could be vaguely seen in the flames. The Skyfire clan had used the Heavenly Fire formation to break the defensive formation of the Chaos Golden Rock race with the power of the formation. When Gu Fei and the others arrived near the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock race, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The monstrous heavenly fire illuminated the entire world in a blood-red color. It burned to the point where even the void was annihilated, directly turning into ashes that drifted in the air. This, Gu Fei looked at the scene in disbelief. "Kill," Gu Fei ordered. In the next moment, the 4 extreme grade supremes behind him immediately pounced into the heavenly fire. In the next moment, miserable screams were heard from the sea of fire. In just a few breaths of time, a figure flashed in front of Gu Fei. The fire ape primogenitor was already holding a head. It was the head of the Skyfire clan's leader, who had the ability to kill the ancestor of the Skyfire clan in such a short period of time. This person was the fire ape ancestor. The heavenly fire formation was like child's play to him. As soon as the ancestor of the Skyfire clan died, the soldiers in the heavenly fire formation fell into chaos. Then Zhonghan, Xianing, and the extreme grade corpse demon broke through the formation. The result of the heavenly fire formation being broken through was fatal to the soldiers of the Skyfire clan. All the disciples of the Skyfire clan were killed. The Skyfire clan sent their soldiers to the eastern continent for the second time, but they were still annihilated. "It's time." Gu Fei looked up. It was night time and the sky was dotted with stars. At this time, the protective formation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land was still in operation. However, a door of light had appeared in the void, leading to the depths of the ancestral land. Song Kei, the ancestor of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, came out personally and invited Gu Fei and the others to the palace in the depths of the ancestral land. "Brother Gu, why were you gone for so long?" Song Kei asked after the guest and the host had taken their seats. "Well, something unexpected happened, so I was delayed." Gu Fei glanced at Song Ke, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the palace. This guy seemed to be doing well. His cultivation had improved a lot. I see, Song Ke said thoughtfully. He then looked at the 4 extreme grade supremes standing behind Gu Fei. The aura they exuded was so powerful that he almost couldn't breathe. Rumble. Especially the 2 beings from the primogenitor realm. There were faint sounds of wind and thunder around them, which shocked Song Quebec. Where did Gu Fei find these helpers? Song Ke knew the fire ape ancestor, but he didn't expect the fire ape ancestor to stand behind Gu Fei obediently. Could it be that even the fire ape ancestor, a true extreme grade supremes, had submitted to Gu Fei? That must be the case. The more Song Ke thought about it, the more excited he became. The 4 true extreme grade supremes had appeared in front of him at the same time. This was absolutely shocking. Once the 4 true extreme grade supremes appeared, who could compete with them? Song Ke felt that as long as Gu Fei was willing to help him, he could definitely unify the ancestral god realm and become the strongest existence in the ancestral god realm. During the period when Gu Fei wasn't around, Song Ke had lived a very sullen life. There were a few times when he almost didn't return, and there were more assassinations against him. As a result, Song Ke could only stay in the ancestral land and rarely went out. Now that Gu Fei was back, everything was full of variables. Just as Gu Fei was telling Song Ke about what had happened during this period, the news that the Skyfire clan's army had been completely wiped out spread. All the super forces who received the news couldn't sit still. It was known that the Skyfire clan's most powerful army was led by an incomparably powerful old ancestor. However, it was a pity that such an army had been completely wiped out. No one would believe it if they told others about it. The news of Gu Fei's return also spread. In an instant, all the leaders of the forces in the East Continent couldn't sit still, fearing that the fierce man would come knocking on their doors. Soon after, even the Pang clan was expelled from the East Continent. It was a message from a chaotic creature to the Pang clan. If they didn't leave the East Continent, they would have to stay forever. After the Skyfire clan and the Pang clan were expelled by Gu Fei, the remaining forces were the local forces in the East region. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, these forces immediately threw themselves into Gu Fei's camp. These fellas were all fence-sitters and absolutely couldn't be trusted. However, Gu Fei didn't eradicate these forces. So what if they were fence-sitters? As long as they were useful and could help, it was fine. However, on the 3rd night after Gu Fei's return, a ball of divine light fell from the sky and landed in the East region. The ball of divine light smashed a huge pit in the ground. The divine light dissipated and a figure appeared in the pit. That person stood up and looked up at the sky. His golden eyes emitted an incomparably sharp gaze. He walked out of the pit and went to the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. After taking a look, he punched the protective formation of the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. This person's fist smashed onto the divine protector light, directly shaking the entire formation. One could well imagine how powerful this punch was. A group of people immediately rushed out of the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Chapter 35:21. In the East Continent of the ancestral God world, outside the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock race, a mass of chaotic divine light descended from the sky and smashed onto the ground. The ground shook and dust rose high into the sky. A tall figure walked out of the cloud of dust and a tyrannical aura spread in all directions. The mysterious man arrived in front of the chaotic Golden Rock race's defensive formation. Without saying a word, he attacked the chaotic Golden Rock race's defensive formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire void shook. The protective force that was originally hidden in the void appeared, and a layer of light barrier appeared in the void, enveloping the entire ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock race. There were countless Tao patterns intertwining on the light barrier, forming mysterious and ancient Tao diagrams. Each Tao diagram emitted the most powerful fluctuations of power at the extreme Tao level. Under the pitch-black night sky, the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race was extremely eye-catching. In particular, the mighty aura of the extreme path directly alarmed all the powerhouses in the entire East continent. Who dares to attack the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race? A loud shout was heard from the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race. Then, a group of people rushed out from the depths of the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race. Could it be the guys from the Pang race? They really don't know what's good for them. Someone shouted. The Pang race and the Skyfire race had both attacked the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race before. A few days ago, an ancestor of the Pang race had personally come to attack the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race. If Song Ke had not personally taken action, the Pang clan patriarch would have broken through the Chaos Golden Rock clan's defensive formation and killed his way into the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. At this time, the chaotic Golden Rock race was naturally the strongest race in the East continent. This was because even the Earth Spirit race had submitted to them. The other powerful races were definitely not a match for the chaotic Golden Rock race. Therefore, whoever defeated the chaotic Golden Rock race would be able to unify the East continent and become the overlord of the ancestral God world. Of course, it was definitely not an easy task to defeat the chaotic Golden Rock race. After all, the ancestor of the chaotic Golden Rock race used to be in extreme supremacy. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. The layer of divine light formed by the power of the entire formation became a little unstable. This shocked the group of people that rushed out from the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral ground. The enemy is powerful. We have to ask the old ancestor for help. An expert of the chaotic Golden Rock race from the older generation said loudly, "I'll go invite the old ancestor." Someone answered, turned around, and rushed into the depths of the ancestral land. The person outside was so powerful that he could even shake the guardian formation of the ancestors' land. The person who could shake the guardian formation was definitely someone who could contend with Song Ke. The Chaos Golden Rock clan didn't have many clansmen, and there were very few experts in the clan. There were even fewer experts who could stand on their own. Peng Jingtian, the Golden Rock goddess, and the others were in seclusion in the ancestral grounds and would not come out easily. Moreover, if the enemy was at the same level as Song Ke, they would not be a match for him. Boom! A heavy crash rang out, and the entire protective formation shook. The divine light that enveloped the entire Golden Rock race began to dim. The experts of the chaotic Golden Rock clan were all stunned. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before the enemy broke through the protective formation and killed their way into the ancestors' land. At this moment, in a valley in the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestors' land, a black-robed young man sitting on a boulder under a tree suddenly opened his eyes. "What's going on?" The black-robed young man said. In the next moment, a figure appeared under the boulder. "An extreme-level expert is attacking the protective formation here," the newcomer said respectfully. This person's entire body was enveloped by primal chi. This was no ordinary primal chi, it was primal cold chi. The place where he stood, even the void seemed to be frozen. "Is that so? Go and take a look." Gu Fei said, "Yes, master." The chaotic silhouette disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the chaotic figure appeared in front of the expert who was attacking the protective formation. There was a layer of divine light between the two experts. Boom! At this moment, the person outside punched out and blasted a huge hole in the layer of divine light. Countless Tao patterns dissipated in the void. What? The chaotic Golden Rock clan was already dumbfounded. This guy was too powerful. He could actually use brute force to break through the protective formation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. One should know that this was not an ordinary formation, but an extreme level formation. In other words, the person who could break through an extreme level formation definitely had the strength of an extreme level. This was because only extreme Tao level power could break through extreme Tao level formation. At this moment, the person walked in with large strides. His tyrannical aura made the chaotic Goldenrock clan feel extremely oppressed. Even breathing was difficult. "You are..." Zhonghan stared at the tall figure and felt very surprised. This person had an aura that he was extremely familiar with. The person stopped in his tracks and suddenly looked up at Zhonghan in the sky. He was also very surprised. The gazes of the two powerhouses collided, and transparent ripples appeared in the space between them. At this moment, Song Kei's figure appeared in the distance. He did not come over because he knew that even if he wanted to attack, he would have to think twice. An expert of this level was too powerful. "You're also a living being of the ancestral realm?" Zhonghan asked the person. "What do you think?" The person said coldly, "Say your head." Zhonghan was infuriated when he heard this. He immediately threw a punch at the mysterious man below, and a powerful extreme Tao power erupted from his fist. The void was directly destroyed, and the terrifying power formed directly obliterated the mysterious person. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The mysterious person did not dodge. He actually opened his mouth and sucked in all the destructive power. Then he swallowed it into his body and refined it. What? When Zhonghan saw this, he could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the other party cultivated a powerful technique from the ancestral realm, the Sky Devourer technique? In this way, the other party used more and more spiritual qi, while the opponent of this guy was in a miserable state. All the essence qi in his body was clearly being devoured. At this time, Zhonghan no longer held back and attacked with all his strength. An endless amount of cold air erupted from his body, and the surrounding void was directly frozen. However, Zhonghan was like a fish in water in the void. The mysterious person directly broke through the layers of cold air, and his right fist instantly smashed in front of Zhonghan. The fist rapidly accelerated in Zhonghan's eyes. Humph! Seeing this, Zhonghan directly punched out. The two fists instantly collided, and a loud explosion erupted. The two figures separated. The mysterious person separated his hands, and a battle spear immediately appeared in front of him. He then grabbed it and directly stabbed at Zhonghan. Swoosh! Zhonghan once again disappeared into the void. Even the other extreme grade supremes could not sense his existence. The mysterious person finally showed his face. He was an existence that looked exactly like a human. He was tall and had a mighty appearance, and he looked like a talented person. "Come out!" The mysterious man roared, and a vibrating force immediately spread out from his body, enveloping everything within a radius of 1,000 feet with him as the center. However, he did not notice Zhonghan. "Good fella!" The mysterious person was getting a little impatient. He gritted his teeth and attacked with all his strength. In the next moment, the void around him violently shook again. This time, the mysterious person finally sensed Zhonghan's figure. All he saw was a blurry figure hiding at the side, motionless. "Come out!" The mysterious person shouted, and then directly punched the void where Zhonghan was. How is this possible? The void shattered, and a figure directly fell out of the void. This person was Zhonghan. Not only did he cultivate chaotic cold qi, but he also cultivated spatial techniques. Zhonghan's spatial technique was similar to one of the 9 secrets of a mortal path, the anti-void technique. Of course, the anti-void technique was more profound than spatial techniques. Die! The mysterious person roared, and a saber light directly rushed out of his body, slashing at Zhonghan. Wherever the sharp saber light passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. Seeing this, Zhonghan directly flipped his right hand, and an item immediately appeared in his hand. It was a bell, a bronze bell. Without hesitation, he directly shook the bell in his hand. A clear and melodious sound was heard, and the saber light immediately shattered in the void, turning into specks of spiritual light and dissipating in the void. Another sound rang out, and everyone's souls shook. This sound contained an incomparable temptation, and the primordial spirits of the weaker cultivators almost left their bodies. However, the mysterious person was not affected by the sound of the bell at all. He directly attacked Zhonghan at an extremely fast speed. However, Zhonghan's speed was not slow either. The two figures moved quickly in the void, and the weaker cultivators couldn't even see their shadows. These two, Song Ke, who was watching the battle from afar, felt very depressed when he saw that the two fellows were actually locked in battle. A true battle between extreme supremes was incomparably terrifying. Everything in their path was destroyed, and nothing was left behind. The two powerhouses directly charged out of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. No one could withstand the true might of the extreme path. The clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock clan had already retreated at the first instance. Otherwise, the group of people from before would definitely have died under the might of the extreme path. Chapter 35:22. The appearance of myriad god ancestral city in the ancestral god realm attracted the attention of all the forces in the 5 regions. Some old antiques, who hadn't shown their faces for a long time, also appeared in the graveyard of the gods. Moreover, even after Gu Fei's group left myriad god ancestral city and returned to the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan in the eastern continent, there were still countless experts rushing towards the graveyard of the gods. Despite knowing that the graveyard of the gods was filled with great dangers, they still wanted to go. It had to be said that the myriad god ancestral sword was too attractive to the ancestral god realm. Some people knew that their cultivation wasn't high enough and that entering the graveyard of the gods was akin to moths flying into a flame, but they were still willing to be the moths. Of course, the number 1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm, the myriad god ancestral sword, had already been taken by Gu Fei. Even if those people flipped the city, Lord's mansion upside down, they wouldn't be able to find the sword. After Gu Fei left with the 4 supremes, the city Lord mansion in the myriad gods' ancestral city became an ownerless place. However, the current city Lord mansion was probably more dangerous than when Gu Fei was here. Because some of the seals in the city Lord's mansion had loosened, the primogenital world beings imprisoned in the city Lord's mansion had started to attack the seals. Powerful beings like Zhonghan and Xian Ying had broken out of the seals, but the weaker ones were still imprisoned in the city Lord's mansion. The experts from the ancestral god realm immediately rushed into the mansion after Gu Fei left. The East Pole old ancestor naturally didn't have the ability to stop them. He tactfully retreated because he had already plundered all the good things. There were some divine treasures that even he couldn't get his hands on, so others naturally couldn't either. Only a true extreme Tao supremacy city, Lord Mansion, could possibly take away all the divine treasures. Rumble! At this time, the sound of wind and thunder came from the myriad god ancestral city's city, Lord's mansion, shaking the entire place. Divine lights constantly rushed out of the mansion as powerful existences were fighting inside. For the sake of peerless divine treasures, even existences like the East Pole old ancestor would be envious and fight over them. This was inevitable. Buzz! At this moment, a god artifact directly broke through the protective formations of the city, Lord's estate, and charged out. The moment the god artifact emerged from the estate, it erupted with a terrifying, heaven-devouring power. In the next moment, all the spiritual energy in the surroundings began to gather towards the god artifact madly. "It's the heaven-devouring pot," someone cried out. Afterwards, extremely powerful figures directly charged towards the god artifact that was devouring the energy of the world and the sky from all directions. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they all wanted to get their hands on that divine artifact as soon as possible. All of you scram!" At this moment, a huge figure suddenly stood up from the city, Lord's mansion. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent all the incoming experts flying. The cultivators with weaker cultivation bases were directly shattered in the void. They did not even have the chance to scream before they were reduced to a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. This is the experts of the ancestral god realm who saw this scene from afar all had a change of expression. The giant appeared too suddenly, and there were streams of primal chaos swirling around his body. An extremely powerful and terrifying aura erupted from the giant's body, and the void around him constantly trembled from the impact of the primal chaos power. Spiderweb-like spatial cracks continuously appeared in the void around the giant's body. Seeing this scene, even the old antiques of the ancestral god realm could not help but be moved. This guy was incredible. He was probably even stronger than the East Pole Old Ancestor. The strength of the East Pole Old Ancestor was well known. It was not that there were no existences stronger than the East Pole Old Ancestor, but there were definitely very few of them in the entire ancestral god realm. At this moment, the giant opened his mouth and was about to swallow the heaven-devouring pot in the sky. However, at this moment, a divine light rushed out from the city, Lord's residence, and snatched the heaven-devouring pot away before the giant could do so. "You're courting death." The giant was instantly enraged. Two incomparably sharp and fierce light rushed out of his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the guy who snatched the heaven-devouring pot. The expert who snatched the heaven-devouring pot was too small in front of the giant. A finger of the giant was much bigger than this expert. The moment the giant's hand grabbed down, the void around the expert was sealed. "Hee, want to catch me? Dream on." That person laughed heartily. Then he directly disappeared into the void. Even the giant's sealing power could not imprison him. Who is it? How dare he snatch food from the hands of this big guy? The old antiques of the ancestral god realm were dumbfounded. That guy was really too awesome. That giant was not an ordinary living being. Perhaps that giant was a living being from that place. Roar! The giant was furious. Endless primal chaos energy erupted from his body and instantly enveloped the entire city lord's mansion, and then the entire region. Exclamations immediately came from the city lord's mansion. Several extremely powerful figures directly broke through the layers of primal chaos energy and rushed out from the city lord's mansion. Kill! The giant immediately attacked a few experts. However, the other party wasn't weak either. One of them even transformed into a giant that was as tall as the giant. Roar! That person opened his mouth and roared. Powerful earth element divine energy erupted and dispersed the surrounding primal chaos energy. Two giant hands instantly collided. Boom! With a loud explosion, two powerful forces erupted. This was the collision of primal chaos energy and earth element divine energy. The two giants that were even taller than mountains were simultaneously pushed back by the opposing force. With every step back, a building was trampled to pieces by the two giants. The city lord's mansion was in complete chaos. These two fellows were simply two gods of destruction. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. The primal chaos energy and earth element divine energy mutually canceled each other out. But a part of the energy still leaked out, which was also destructive to the city lord's mansion. However, the myriad gods' ancestral city could not be destroyed. Only the buildings on the ground were destroyed, but this place still existed. The destroyed city, Lord's Mansion, would be rebuilt by a big shot at the right time. But now, a small part of the city, Lord's Mansion, had been destroyed by these two fellows. Even so, it was enough to stun the old geezers of the ancestral god world. How could these two fellows, the two giants towered between heaven and earth? Their exhales turned into hurricanes that swept the nearby buildings into the sky. Then they were torn to pieces and scattered in all directions. Those fragments weren't something that just anyone could withstand. Even a quasi-supreme would be injured if hit by them, let alone other cultivators. The two experts' battle prowess had long surpassed the quasi-supreme realm. They were even stronger than those who used to be supreme existences. This was also the reason why they could destroy the city, Lord's mansion. This was the battle prowess that was infinitely close to the extreme supreme realm. These two giants could be called a different kind of supreme. Even if they encountered a true extreme supreme, they would still be able to escape unscathed. While the city lord's mansion was in chaos in the ancestral land of the primal chaos golden rock race in the eastern continent of the ancestral god world, Song-K and the others were facing a crisis that could wipe out their entire race. The primal chaos golden rock races, people had come knocking on their door. The newcomer was extremely powerful and could actually fight Zhonghan. The true divine might of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions. But very quickly, the mysterious person retreated because the entire world seemed to have changed. It was as if something had been activated. It was as if a power stronger than the extreme Tao was awakening. What's going on? In the depths of the primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. It was as if a terrifying existence that could kill an extreme supreme was about to awaken. How is this possible? Gu Fei realized that he couldn't see anything because the entire world seemed to be in chaos. Even with the martial path heavenly eye, he couldn't see through it. But he knew that if the power in the depths of the sky truly awakened, even an extreme supreme would be out of luck. It was a power that could suppress an extreme supreme and pose a threat to them. Perhaps that was the reason why the extreme supreme from the primal chaos golden rock race retreated. At this time, Zhonghan had retreated into the ancestral land of the primal chaos golden rock race. He had completely retracted his aura of the extreme Tao, as if he had become an ordinary person. He didn't appear in his original form, but in the form of a human to walk around the ancestral god world. It wasn't just Zhonghan. Even Xianing, the fire ape primogenitor, and the extreme corpse demon carefully retracted their aura of the extreme Tao because they could feel that the power in the sky was affecting them. Could this be the reason for the disappearance of those extreme supreme beings? Gu Fei muttered to himself, but he knew that things weren't that simple. At this moment, it wasn't just the 5 continents of the ancestral god world. Even those existences in the graveyard of the gods who were using the extreme Tao power chose to retract it and be cautious. There were no problems before, so how did it become like this? Could it be that some existence really activated something? The shock in Gu Fei's heart couldn't be any greater. This was because the consequences were too severe. In the entire ancestral god world, they probably couldn't use the extreme Tao power anymore. Once they used it, it would trigger the power in the sky that was even more powerful than the extreme Tao power. There was no doubt that the power suppressed the extreme Tao power. At this time, the entire ancestral god world gradually calmed down. Even the old antiques were palpitating, and the extreme supreme beings were even more uneasy. Countless experts couldn't believe that an extreme Tao being could be suppressed. There was actually a power stronger than the extreme Tao power in this world. How was this possible? Chapter 35:23. After countless years of preparation, have we finally succeeded? In the human realm, there was a place filled with ghost chi. This was a ghost domain, the legendary and mysterious, plentiful city, Ghost Palace. This place seemed to never see the light of day, and it was surrounded by ghost chi. In the depths of the plentiful city Ghost Palace, there was a palace floating in the sky. It was an ancient palace regarded as a sacred palace by countless ghost cultivators in the plentiful city Ghost Palace. The old voice that appeared just now came from the plentiful city Ghost Palace. At this time, there was a shocking change in the depths of the human realm. A power that was powerful enough to suppress the extreme grade supremes seemed to be awakening. The power of the extreme grade supremes was too strong. If such an existence appeared in the human realm, it would definitely cause a devastating blow to the human realm. At this time, not only did the ancestral God realm change, but the human realm and heaven realm also changed. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying creature awakening between heaven and earth. No one knew what happened. Perhaps only the extreme grade supremes knew such a big secret. Suppressing the extreme grade supremes? Sure enough, such a voice came from the Jiang clan of the desolate antiquity. Old ancestor, the experts of the Jiang clan who were cultivating an ancestral god realm were all alarmed by this voice. It wasn't that the extreme grade supremes couldn't appear in the human realm or heaven realm. As long as they didn't reveal the cultivation and power of the extreme grade supremes, they would be fine. There was nothing in the human realm. All the forbidden areas in the human realm were very quiet. However, there was a change in a dangerous place in the heaven realm. An extreme grade supremes chose to appear at this time. A huge figure appeared between the heaven and earth, and the extreme grade supremes divine might spread in all directions. However, in the next moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly struck the figure, causing it to dim. The appearance of the Supremes alarmed countless experts in the heaven realm, but no one dared to approach. One should know that not everyone could withstand the extreme grade Supremes' divine might. Even outside the dangerous place, all the experts in the heaven realm were inexplicably shocked. Even their divine souls were trembling. The extreme grade Supremes' divine might spread out, and almost all the experts in the heaven realm felt it immediately. Countless heaven realm experts' gazes were attracted. Roar! A roar rang out from the Forbidden Land, causing the entire Forbidden Land to tremble. The ground cracked and the mountains crumbled in the void. It was a terrifying scene that could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, the power in the sky was gathering rapidly, and dazzling bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Very soon, the huge figure in the sky above the danger zone was dispersed by the lightning. Then, a terrifying figure appeared in the sky. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the depths of the Forbidden Land and directly soared into the sky, attacking the mysterious figure in the sky. In the next moment, the power of the extreme Tao erupted from the figure. The figure instantly turned into a ball of golden light, which was many times more dazzling than the divine sun in the sky. This is the metal element exalted being? He's actually still alive. Isn't this the place where metal element exalt perished? He actually didn't die? Someone exclaimed. Although the great calamity back then didn't affect the heaven realm too much, and it didn't cause any destructive damage to the heaven realm, there were still Supremes who died in the heaven realm. The place where metal element exalted being perished became a terrifying forbidden land. Any living creature that entered this forbidden land would definitely die. The extreme grade Supremes left behind here were too powerful. Any living creature that touched the extreme grade Supremes left behind here would instantly be destroyed in both body and soul. I didn't think that he actually didn't die. He's been hiding in this forbidden land all this time. Someone said in disbelief. At this moment, the mysterious figure in the sky also rushed down from the sky and directly collided with the golden light that soared into the sky. Boom! The entire world instantly darkened, and all the light disappeared in an instant. This was absolute darkness. In the next moment, the entire void collapsed, and two figures rushed into the chaos. However, even in the chaos, the power that erupted in the sky could still penetrate the void and continuously bombarded metal element exalted being's body. Metal element exalted being's skin and flesh were immediately torn apart. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and he was in an extremely sorry state. There were even some places where his bones were exposed. The power in the sky suppressed the extreme grade Supremes, which made metal element exalted being inexplicably shocked. Previously, he was still very disdainful. One had to know that extreme grade supremes were the strongest existences in the world. There was actually a living creature that could compete with extreme grade supremes in this world. Metal element exalted being wasn't wrong. If it was in the primordial era, extreme grade supremes were invincible existences, but now it wasn't the era where powerhouses were produced in large numbers. Boom! It was as if the world was collapsing, and the sky seemed like it was going to explode. The power that condensed the entire world directly pressed down. That blurry, mysterious figure seemed to have received the support of this invincible power and actually tore off metal element exalted being's left arm. This scene was really too shocking. One had to know that metal element exalted being's arm was actually torn off by someone. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. They saw that mysterious figure instantly enter metal element, exalted being's body. In the next moment, metal element, exalted being's body exploded with a bang. The supreme extreme path physique exploded and turned into a cloud of golden blood mist. The 9 extreme path Tao patterns floated in the blood mist, and the dazzling electric light wrapped around the 9 extreme path Tao patterns like spider silk. Cracks began to appear on metal element exalted beings' 9 supreme grade Tao patterns. What's going on? Is he dying and his Tao vanishing? Some powerhouses of the older generation couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. For cultivators, dying and having their Tao vanish was the most terrifying thing. That was because dying and having one's Tao vanish represented the destruction of one's body and soul. One wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. It was the most thorough way to die. In the next moment, the 9 extreme grade Tao patterns actually crumbled. How is this possible? A weak wave of divine will spread out from the crumbled extreme grade Tao patterns, and an illusory figure dissipated in the void. Metal element exalted being's power was actually devoured by the power in the depths of the sky, and the power descending from the sky became even stronger. The power that originally belonged to metal element exalted beings' extreme grade Tao patterns weakened rapidly and soon disappeared from the world. An unimaginably powerful extreme grade sovereign died, just like that. This made the powerhouses of the older generation of the ancestral god realm dumbfounded. They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 35:24. In the heaven realm, the metal element supreme was born in the metal element impasse. However, the poor fellow was killed as soon as he was born. An extreme grade supreme was killed just like that. All the experts in the heaven realm were dumbfounded. It couldn't be helped. It was an extreme grade supreme. At this time, the experts in the heaven realm also realized that the power that appeared in the heaven and earth could really suppress an extreme grade supreme. This was no joke. Apart from the heaven realm, all the other great realms underwent changes. The extreme grade supreme's power was suppressed. This surprised and delighted the quasi-supremes. One should know that a quasi-supremes would be invincible if they didn't use their extreme grade supreme. What happened in the heaven realm was so shocking that it even spread to the human realm. It had a very good deterrent effect, making those experts who could use their extreme grade supreme to behave themselves. At this time, all the extreme grade supremes in the ancestral god realm went into hiding. They didn't dare to walk around the ancestral god realm unscrupulously. The peace in the ancestral god realm only lasted for a few days before the flames of war were ignited again. The Skyfire clan and the Huge clan no longer had any scruples. Who were they afraid of? Especially the Skyfire clan. This time, a great elder of the Fire Sky clan personally led 100,000 Skyfire battle troops into the eastern continent to annihilate the Chaos Golden Rock clan. However, the Chaos Golden Rock clan was not to be trifled with. Even if Gu Fei's subordinates couldn't fight, it wouldn't be easy for them to take down the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. The Skyfire clan's great elder killed his way to the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. The killing intent of 100,000 Skyfire battle troops was so strong that it was enough to change the heaven and earth. Guys from the Chaos Golden Rock clan, do you dare to come out and fight? The Skyfire clan's great elder stood in front of the 100,000 Skyfire battle troops. His voice directly passed through the defensive formation and spread throughout the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. Humph, these guys are really fast. An old voice came from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. Then, a powerful figure walked out from the depths. This man had white hair and white eyebrows. He was tall, and his eyes shone with a golden light. He was Peng Jingtian, an elder of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. There were two people behind Peng Jingtian, both of whom had extremely powerful auras. It was a man and a woman. The man was a middle-aged man, and the woman looked somewhat dispirited. This middle-aged man was none other than Peng Shi. The young woman was the Golden Rock Goddess. Peng Shi was Peng Jingtian's son, and the Golden Rock Goddess was Peng Jingtian's granddaughter. The three of them had become the pillars of the Golden Rock race. Before Song Kei's return, the Golden Crow clan had almost exterminated the Chaos Golden Rock clan. Even if Song Kei had a large number of geniuses and could nurture a large number of experts, it would still take time for those experts to truly grow. Furthermore, no one knew if the clansmen who were nurtured through this method would be able to truly become a powerhouse, even if their combat strength rose rapidly by pulling up seedlings to help them grow stronger. Ha ha! Outside the grand defensive array, Great Elder Heavenfire laughed loudly. Are you clowns hired by a monkey? You want to fight against my 100,000 soldiers with just the three of you? Great Elder Heavenfire laughed loudly. Humph! I alone am enough to kill all of you. Peng Jingtian came in front of Great Elder Heavenfire and stared at him coldly. They were separated by a layer of divine light formed by the power of the grand defensive array. Ha, is that so? You're really boasting shamelessly. Come at me if you have the guts. Let me see what you've got to say such big words. Great Elder Heavenfire crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully, There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Old ancestor, let me go and kill him. A middle-aged warrior clad in black divine armor and holding a spear came out from behind Great Elder Heavenfire, riding a black flood dragon. Very good. Great Elder Heavenfire nodded. The warrior was overjoyed. He rode the black flood dragon and charged forward. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and a shocking, murderous aura emanated from his body. An existence that could erupt with such a murderous aura must be a godlike existence that crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This general wasn't a nameless figure in the Heavenly Fire clan. He was the Black Flood Dragon General, and his cultivation had already reached the quasi-sovereign realm. The quasi-supreme realm was divided into 3 minor realms: beginner, middle, and upper realm. The Black Flood Dragon Warrior was a beginner quasi-supreme realm expert. At that moment, a door appeared on the defensive array of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Peng Jingtian walked out with Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess. As soon as they walked out of the defensive array, the door that appeared on the divine light behind them disappeared. You really dared to come out. Then die. The Black Flood Dragon Warrior attacked Peng Jingtian. The spear in his hand turned into a black light that pierced through the void and pierced the center of Peng Jingtian's eyebrows. However, Peng Jingtian did not dodge. Just as he was about to be pierced by the Black Dragon General's spear, a large hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the spear's head. What? The Black Flood Dragon General's shock was no small matter. This guy actually managed to grab his spear. How was that possible? The person who grabbed his spear was the dispirited middle-aged man who had been standing behind Peng Jingtian. Your opponent is me. Peng Shi raised his head and looked at the black flood dragon warrior with a sharp gaze. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm towards the black dragon general. Powerful divine power immediately exploded from his palm. The black flood dragon warrior wanted to pull his spear back, but it was as if the spear had grown out of his opponent's hand. No matter how much divine power he used, he could not pull it back. The black flood dragon warrior had no choice but to let go of the spear. He rode the black flood dragon and dodged the attack. The black flood dragon roared continuously. "Humph! You dare to fight my father? What a joke!" Peng Shi looked at the black flood dragon warrior coldly. The black flood dragon warrior was shocked and angry. His opponent's combat power was indeed strong, but he could not back down now. He wanted to retreat, but he could not afford to lose face. "Come back. You are no match for him," Great Elder Tianhua said. His face darkened. Even he did not expect Yi Futian's cultivation base and combat prowess to be so powerful. "Great Elder, the black flood dragon warrior was shocked to hear Elder Tianhua's words. However, he could not retreat even if he wanted to, because Peng Shi had already locked onto him. Chapter 35:25. Die. Peng Shi was extremely domineering. He instantly appeared above the black Jiao general's head and slammed down on the black Jiao general like a golden sun. No, the black dragon general was scared out of his wits. He wanted to flee, but he could not. The divine power of metal descended from the sky and trapped him, forcing him to watch as the ball of golden light descended from above and landed on him. Boom! With a loud bang, the black WIRM general and the black WIRM he was riding exploded into a bloody mist by the golden light that descended from the sky. "You're courting death." Great Elder Tianhua was infuriated. He extended his right hand and grabbed towards Peng Shi. The power of a pinnacle quasi-supreme being erupted from his hand, and Peng Shi was immediately sent flying towards the huge hand. Peng Shi was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his mysterious art in an attempt to disperse the devouring power that enveloped him. However, he was shocked to find that even if he used all his strength, he would still be sent flying towards the incoming hand. Humph! Right at the moment when Peng Shi was about to be grabbed by the hand, a cold laugh resounded, and then a figure appeared by Peng Shi's side. The figure pulled Peng Shi back before slapping his palm forward. Bam! Two giant hands collided. The power of two quasi-supreme contenders collided. The two figures were pushed back by the power of the other. "How dare you sneak attack a junior? You're too shameless." Peng Jingtian stared at Great Elder Tianhua and said disdainfully. Peng Shi had already retreated. "I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. If you want to fight, let's fight." As Great Elder Tianhua spoke, he had already made his move. He stretched out his hand, and a giant hand appeared in the void, grabbing at Peng Jingtian. Peng Jingtian didn't bother to say anything. In the world of cultivation, the one with the harder fist was the boss. The Heavenly Fire clan wanted to subdue the chaotic Golden Rock clan. However, the chaotic Golden Rock clan was the overlord of the Eastern continent. It was definitely not an easy task for Great Elder Tianhua to break into the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. Peng Jingtian laughed and rushed forward. Boom! With a loud bang, it directly collided with the big hand that was grabbing at it, causing the big hand to dissipate in the void. Two powerful figures moved quickly in the void, fighting fiercely. At this time, the two powerhouses didn't dare to use the power of the extreme Tao. They both fought with the battle strength of a peak quasi-supreme being. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. Everyone was watching nervously. If Peng Jingtian lost, there would be no one else in the Chaos Golden Rock race who could compete with Elder Tianhua. Of course, except for Tsang Quebec. If Peng Jingtian was defeated, Tsang Ke would have to fight. However, if Great Elder Heavenly Fire was defeated by Peng Jingtian, then the 100,000 soldiers of the Heavenly Fire clan would be in danger. The 100,000 soldiers retreated to the sky and formed a battle formation. It was a very powerful battle formation that could gather the strength of 100,000 soldiers together. Once such a battle formation was activated, it would definitely be able to contend against a peak, quasi-supreme being expert. Kill! Great Elder Heavenly Fire's killing intent was shocking. Rays of quasi-supreme divine light rushed out from his body and turned into a powerful fiery divine sword that pierced towards Peng Jingtian. Buzz! Peng Jingtian's body emitted the sound of a sword. Then, pieces of golden feathers flew out of his body. In the next moment, these golden feathers turned into sword lights and flew towards the fire element, divine, sword that pierced through the air. Two quasi-supreme, divine, sword principles collided. The fiery divine force and the metal divine force collided and exploded. Dazzling sword light rushed out and pierced through the heaven and earth. The fiery divine force and the metal divine force continuously collided and burst into balls of divine light. At this moment, the two powerhouses seemed to have turned into two invincible sword gods fighting. The sword chi of a peak quasi-supreme being spread out, forcing Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess to continuously retreat. Peng Jingtian and Great Elder Heavenly Fire used their techniques to switch positions, wanting to defeat each other. However, the two's cultivation and combat power were similar. It was definitely not an easy task to determine a winner. While Peng Jingtian and Great Elder Heavenly Fire were fighting endlessly, Song Ke arrived at the Golden Rock clan's ancestral land where Gu Fei was cultivating. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the boulder, motionless, while Song Ke's figure appeared below the boulder. Seeing that Gu Fei was cultivating with his eyes closed, Song Ke was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. "What's the matter?" Gu Fei asked. He was not cultivating in seclusion and could come out of it at any time. "Those guys from the Heavenly Fire clan are here again." Song Ke jumped onto the boulder and sat opposite Gu Fei. "With your cultivation, it doesn't matter how many of them come. They're like moths flying into a flame." Gu Fei said indifferently. He knew Song Ke's cultivation and combat power better. Those guys from the Heavenly Fire clan couldn't do anything to him, unless that mysterious clan leader of the Heavenly Fire clan came personally. "It's a little troublesome that I can't use my extreme Tao power now," Song Ke said helplessly. "You want me to help you get rid of those guys outside?" Gu Fei looked at Song Ke and said indifferently, "That would be the best." Song Ke smiled. Gu Fei didn't want to do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. He realized that he had been getting lazy recently and didn't want to move around much. "What's in it for me?" Gu Fei said lazily. "Haha, with our friendship, what benefits do I need?" Song Ke laughed. "This world is very fair. If you want something, you have to pay something of equal value." Gu Fei said. Song Ke went silent for a moment before saying, "The Earth Ancestor Vein under the ancestral land will always be open to you. How about it?" After saying that, Song Ke looked at Gu Fei. That was all he could offer. Cultivating in the Earth Ancestor Vein would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. "All right, I agree." Gu Fei agreed after some thought. During the battle in Myriad God Ancestral City, the Sword Slave and the 106 Stone Men had suffered a great impact. Their vitality was damaged, and they needed a place with abundant spiritual energy to recover. "Great!" Song Ke laughed. With Gu Fei taking action, those people outside could only wait for their misfortune. Since he had achieved his goal, Song Ke left after chatting with Gu Fei for a while. Gu Fei was left sitting cross-legged on the big rock. "Sword Slave." Gu Fei thought for a moment before replying. "Master." In the next moment, a figure appeared under the boulder. This person was the Sword Slave that left Myriad God Ancestral City with Gu Fei. Go get rid of those annoying flies outside." Gu Fei said. "Yes, master." The sword slave accepted the order and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the void outside the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. Then a door appeared on the barrier formed by the guardian formation of the ancestral land. The sword slave took a step out and appeared outside the ancestral land in the next moment. At this time, Peng Jingtian and the Skyfire clan's Grand Elder were still fighting fiercely, blood dripping from the sky. That was the essence blood of a quasi-supremacy. Every drop of it was crystal clear and emitted a blinding divine light. To an alchemist, this essence blood was a great medicine. If an ordinary cultivator could obtain a drop of it, their cultivation would definitely improve greatly. Why is the sword slave here? Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess were shocked when they sensed the sword slave's arrival. They knew that the sword slave was one of Gu Fei's men. Could he be a helper invited by the old ancestor? There's so many flies outside. The sword slave glanced at the 100,000 Skyfire warriors in the sky and frowned. He couldn't use his extreme Dao power at this time. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to get rid of these flies. What? After hearing the sword slave's words, the generals leading the 100,000 soldiers were enraged. But in the end, they suppressed their anger and didn't attack. Peng Jingtian stepped back. "Let me handle this." The sword slave took a step forward and instantly appeared on the battlefield. An immortal sword light rushed out from his hand and pierced towards the Skyfire clan's Grand Elder. In the next moment, Peng Jingtian retreated. The sword slave and the Skyfire clan's Grand Elder fought fiercely. From time to time, extremely powerful sword lights slashed in all directions. Very quickly, the Skyfire clan's old ancestor was struck by the sword, leaving a bloody mark on his shoulder. A chilling sword chi immediately invaded his body. The Skyfire clan's Grand Elder was shocked. This sword slave's cultivation is so strong. Even Peng Jingtian couldn't help but be moved by the scene. What surprised the Skyfire clan's Grand Elder was that the sword slave had used a divine sword of extreme Dao to injure him. Very quickly, the Skyfire clan's Grand Elder felt that something was wrong. He couldn't dispel the sword chi that invaded his body. How was this possible? The Skyfire clan's Grand Elder could clearly sense that there was a peculiar sword chi fluctuation in his forearm that wanted to surge upwards. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't suppress the sword chi that invaded his arm. The Skyfire clan's Grand Elder felt his battle strength weakening. This was not a good thing for him. Preposterous! The Skyfire clan's Grand Elder was both shocked and furious. He dodged the sword slave's sword over a dozen times, but then his speed really slowed down. Because of this, he was almost cut in half by the sword slave's sword. Heaven-punishing sword! The sword slave grew impatient and didn't want to play anymore. He immediately used the 9 heaven-punishing swords. Chapter 35:26. The 9 heaven-punishing swords was a sword technique created by the sword slave himself. It was a supreme sword principle that entered the Tao through killing. When the killing sword principle was unleashed, the entire world changed color. A murderous aura that could even make a quasi-supremacy's heart palpitate filled the world. 9 immortal sword lights pierced through Great Elder Tianhua's divine body. It was useless even if he was wearing a quasi-supremacy grade divine armor. It couldn't withstand the sword slave's sword lights at all. What? Great Elder Tianhua lowered his head and looked at the 9 bloody holes on his body in disbelief. He could feel the vitality in his body gradually being extinguished. However, with his cultivation, even the sword slave couldn't defeat him in a short period of time. Roar! Great Elder Tianhua roared into the sky. The golden crown that bound his hair exploded. His scarlet hair danced wildly, and his face became extremely ferocious. His entire body seemed to be burning. Golden divine fire danced on his body. 9 Tao patterns emerged from his body and forced out the murderous energy that invaded his body. The sword slave looked at Great Elder Tianhua in surprise. The 9 bloody holes on his body were gradually healing. This guy could actually force out his murderous energy. Great Elder! At this time, the generals who commanded the Heavenly Flame battle troops stared at Great Elder Tianhua nervously. If Great Elder Tianhua was defeated, it would be impossible for them to escape unscathed. One should know that the world had changed. They couldn't use the extreme path anymore. Otherwise, the world would descend a terrifying heavenly punishment and blast those who used the extreme path into pieces. Some people in the ancestral god realm didn't believe it and ended up having their bodies and souls destroyed. Is Great Elder going to use the extreme path? He's definitely committing suicide. The generals of the Heavenly Flame battle troops were indescribably shocked. Rumble! The power emanating from Great Elder Tianhua's body grew stronger and stronger. Golden divine fire burned and shot up into the sky, burning the surrounding void to the point of incinerating it. Humph! Are you trying to kill yourself? That saves me the trouble, said the sword slave. The sword slave said, even he didn't dare to use the power of the extreme Tao, let alone this so-called Great Elder. This fellow's cultivation was only at the peak of the quasi-Jizuan realm. If it weren't for Tian Fa, he would have killed this Great Elder long ago. Why would he waste time with this guy here? It was very troublesome not to use the extreme Tao, but there was nothing he could do about it. The sword slave didn't want to die yet. Kill! At that moment, Great Elder Heavenly Fire's aura had already reached its peak. If he were to take another step forward, he would be able to activate the extreme Tao's power. However, he did not dare to do so. Of course not. Who would want to die? No one wanted to die. As long as they could live, they would never want to die. However, Great Elder Tianhua's strength was at a critical point. If he was not careful, he would exceed the limit. The consequences would naturally be very cruel. Die. The 9 bloody holes on Great Elder Tianhua's body disappeared. His combat prowess had reached its peak. With a loud bellow, he directly attacked the sword slave. Boundless golden flames erupted from Great Elder Tianhua's body, drowning the sword slave in a golden sea of flames. The void that was enveloped by the golden divine flames was silently annihilated. There were many flame-shaped Tao patterns in the divine flames. Those Tao patterns seemed to be constantly changing, sometimes turning into a flaming bird that was about to fly away. Is he a survivor of the Golden Crow? Peng Jingtian, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but feel surprised. The Tao patterns in the divine flames that erupted from Great Elder Tianhua's body were truly astonishing. The Tao patterns turned into golden birds, which were somewhat similar to the Tao patterns of the Golden Rock clan. However, the Golden Rock clan didn't cultivate the divine power of fire, but the divine power of metal. Since he is a survivor of the Golden Crow, we can't let him go. Should we go and ask the great ancestor? Peng Shi asked his father. There's no need to alarm the great ancestor. Peng Jingtian shook his head. There were Tao patterns intertwining in his eyes. He was using his Tao eye to observe the battle. In the golden sea of flames, 2 figures were moving rapidly and constantly colliding. Every time they collided, the entire golden sea of flames would shake violently. The sword slave used to be a sword sovereign, and he cultivated the killing sword principle. He entered the Tao by killing. Even without using the extreme path's power, he could easily kill a peak stage quasi-supreme expert. Clang! Sword light flashed. In the golden sea of flames, the sword slave seemed to have turned into a peerless killing sword, forcing Great Elder Tianhua to continuously retreat. Every time he slashed, Great Elder Tianhua would be sent flying. How can he be so strong? Great Elder Tianhua was inexplicably shocked. He thought that he was almost invincible, because he couldn't use the extreme path's power. His peak stage, quasi-supreme cultivation was definitely the strongest combat strength he had today. However, at this moment, Great Elder Tianhua realized how foolish he was. Even without using the extreme path's power, these former supremes were still stronger than them. This was an indisputable fact. Haha, is this all you've got? The sword slave laughed. The power of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was absolutely terrifying in his hands. The killing power that erupted from each sword was enough to make Great Elder Tianhua suffer. Great Elder Tianhua didn't say anything. All right, then I'll send you on your way. The sword slave didn't want to play anymore. In the next moment, the sword Dao's power that erupted from his body suddenly soared. However, this surge of power didn't exceed the limit. It was also at a critical point. Swoosh! With a flash of sword light, one of Great Elder Tianhua's arms flew up, directly separated from his body. The arm that flew in the air instantly turned into ashes. Swoosh! With another flash of sword light, one of Great Elder Tianhua's legs fell from his body. There was no bloody scene of flesh and blood splattering. In the next moment, the leg also turned into ashes. Roar! Great Elder Tianhua roared madly, but in the next moment his head flew up as well. His divine body turned into ashes, and a tattered divine armor fell from the sky. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, the sword slave swung his sword, and Great Elder Tianhua's head also turned into ashes. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. No one thought that Great Elder Tianhua would be defeated so quickly. That person was too powerful and terrifying. He actually killed Great Elder Tianhua so easily. The commotion caused by this battle was so great that all the experts in the eastern continent could sense the earth-shattering aura that erupted outside the primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land. The power of the sword slave and Great Elder Tianhua shook the heaven and earth, stirring up the heaven and earth's origin energy. The powerful cultivators could naturally sense this kind of disturbance. At this time, the sword slave swung his sword again. The towering golden divine fire was immediately dispersed by the sword chi, vanishing from the world. Only one aura was left in the world, and that was the murderous aura of the sword Dao. Who is this person? The other experts in the eastern continent didn't recognize the sword slave. One should know that the experts from the ancestral god world who were fighting for the divine treasure in Myriad Deity, Ancestral City, had yet to return. That person is too strong. Where did the primal chaos golden rock race find such an expert? Someone said. No one could tell where the sword slave came from. After the sword slave killed Great Elder Tianhua, he turned and walked into the primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land. It was obvious that he wasn't going to take action anymore. All right, we'll deal with the rest of these fellows. Peng Jingtian said to his son and granddaughter behind him. Yes. Peng Shi and Goddess Golden Rock quickly replied. In the next moment, Peng Jingtian's figure disappeared from the void and reappeared above the 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops. Boom! Peng Jingtian made his move. The world shook violently. Then a primal chaos golden rock appeared and swooped down at the battle formation below. The pounce of the chaotic golden rock, which was as large as a mountain, could be considered earth-shattering. However, just as the chaotic golden rock was about to pounce onto the battle formation, a layer of flames surged from within the formation and enveloped it. Boom! With a loud bang, the primal chaos golden rock crashed into the layer of fire that enveloped the entire battle formation. The power of a quasi-supreme erupted. In the next moment, the entire battle formation was shaken. Many of the battle soldiers in the battle formation were directly turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed just like that. Peng Jingtian's attack had killed hundreds of heavenly flame battle troops and injured thousands of them. Nearly half of the thousands of heavenly flame battle troops had lost their ability to fight. Of course, these thousands of heavenly flame battle troops were nothing compared to the 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops. But even so, Peng Jingtian's attack was enough to shock the generals. Great Elder Tianhua was dead, and they only wanted to retreat. Retreat! 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 Deafening roars came from the 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops. The powerful generals ordered their subordinates to retreat. The 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops did not panic. They retreated in unison. The combined power of 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops could not be underestimated. At this time, Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess made their move. The three of them forced the 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops to retreat. It was a shocking scene. Even the experts from the ancestral god realm, who were watching the battle from afar, were dumbfounded. As the three of them made their move, the sword slave had returned to the depths of the ancestral god realm to report to Gu Fei. "Master!" The sword slave bowed to Gu Fei under the boulder. "Well done. Bring your stone golems to the ancestral earth vein to cultivate." Gu Fei said as he opened his eyes and looked at the sword slave. The sword servant was overjoyed when he heard this, and he hurriedly bowed and thanked Qin Shi. After that, he left impatiently to look for his 106 stone figures. He had wanted to enter the ancestral earth meridian to cultivate for a long time. However, this was the territory of the chaotic Golden Rock race. If he wanted to enter the ancestral earth meridian to cultivate, he would need the permission of the chaotic Golden Rock race's primogenitor, Sankei. Chapter 35:27. The sword slave had killed Elder Tianhua and scared away the 100,000 Skyfire fighters. However, it was impossible for the 100,000 Skyfire fighters to escape unscathed. Next, it was Peng Jingtian's turn to attack. "Haha, since you're here, why don't you all stay here?" Peng Shi was extremely domineering. He laughed crazily and directly attacked the killing formation formed by the 100,000 Skyfire fighters. Rays of terrifying golden sword light rushed out of his body and turned into a shocking sword rainbow that fell on the battle formation formed by the 100,000 Skyfire fighters. Roar! The countless Skyfire fighters roared at the same time. Their voices shook the heavens and earth. A power that surpassed the limits of the killing formation surged out and blocked Peng Shi's sword light. Peng Shi laughed and landed on the battle formation. "Kill!" The 100,000 Skyfire fighters roared and stabbed their spears at Peng Shi. The power of countless Skyfire fighters instantly gathered and turned into a huge spear shadow that pierced Peng Shi's chest. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. Peng Shi slapped forward with his palm. Boom! Peng Shi's palm energy collided with the power of the battle formation. Peng Shi felt a huge force coming from his fist, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Peng Shi was shocked. This battle formation was different. The power it gathered was so strong that it could resist his power. At this time, the Golden Rock Goddess also made her move. In the sky, a golden light suddenly appeared, and within the golden light, a golden Peng could be seen. The Golden Rock Goddess used her ultimate move. In the next moment, an overwhelming golden light fell from the sky and bombarded the layer of fire formed by the battle formation of the Skyfire fighters. The entire battle formation shook violently. Countless Tao patterns emerged and intertwined on the layer of fire, turning into Tao diagrams. The power of the 100,000 Skyfire fighters was constantly gathered by the Tao diagrams. Amidst the flames, terrifying silhouettes appeared one after another. They were generals riding on war beasts. Every war beast was extremely powerful, and the generals riding on them were even more terrifying. The war beasts and generals were not real existences. They were merely projections formed by the power of the battle formation. However, even though they were projections, they were still extremely powerful. The aura that erupted from their bodies was close to that of a sovereign realm cultivator. Of course, this was not the true divine might of the extreme Tao. Once the aura of the extreme Tao appeared, the world would send down a terrifying heavenly punishment. Even supreme beings would be destroyed in body and soul under the heavenly punishment. The 100,000 Skyfire warriors that Grand Elder Skyfire had brought with him were all elites of the Skyfire clan. The 10,000 new warriors from before could not be compared to them. A total of 10 generals emerged from the formation. Their murderous auras soared into the sky, as if 10 gods of death had appeared in the world. Boundless divine fire erupted from the bodies of the 10 great generals who were riding on battle beasts. It burned the sky to the point where even the void was distorting and being destroyed. It was incomparably terrifying. At that moment, the ball of golden light in the sky descended like a divine sun. The power of the primal golden rock was so vast that it seemed as if the sky would collapse. That was the golden rock goddess unleashing her ultimate move. The 10 generals formed by the 100,000 Skyfire warriors moved at the same time. 5 of them soared into the sky on their war beasts and attacked the golden rock goddess. As for the other 5 generals, 3 of them went for Peng Jingtian, while the other 2 went for Peng Shi. Humph, you're looking down on me? Peng Shi laughed. The 2 generals instantly arrived in front of him. The 2 war beasts were the first to attack, stomping their front hooves on Peng Shi. Scram! Peng Shi displayed his might. The image of a huge primal golden rock rushed out of his body. The golden rock spread its wings like 2 heavenly blades, sending the war beasts and the generals, riding them flying. What? The generals couldn't help but pale at the sight of this. The battle prowess displayed by the enemy was too great. How was this possible? After sending 2 generals flying with a single move, Peng Shi looked down on the war beasts and war beasts even more. Peng Jingtian, on the other hand, was engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 great generals. These 3 generals were extremely powerful, and each of them was strong enough to contend with a peak quasi-supreme expert. The 3 generals joined hands to fight against Peng Jingtian. Even a powerhouse like Peng Jingtian had to be careful and not be careless. At this time, the 5 generals simultaneously attacked the golden rock goddess, who was falling from the sky. Boom! Towering divine flames shot up like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The 5 fire elemental powers converged into one and instantly collided with the golden light. Rumble! The entire sky exploded and golden divine light exploded, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. The power of the metal element shook the heavens and the earth. This was the golden rock goddess' current cultivation and battle prowess. After a period of seclusion, her cultivation and battle prowess had reached the quasi-supreme level. Of course, it was impossible for a quasi-supreme to fight against 5 fire elemental generals alone. The golden rock goddess was wearing a treasure of the Chaos Golden Rock clan, the Chaos Golden Rock armor. With the protection of this divine artifact, the golden rock goddess was able to fight against the 5 generals alone. When the metal element divine power and fire element divine power clashed, the golden rock goddess was sent flying into the sky. Her golden hair fluttered and her body was surrounded by golden radiance. A shadow of a golden rock could be vaguely seen on her body. The 5 generals were also pushed back by the golden rock goddess. In the battle formation below, the 10 generals coughed up blood at the same time. They had suffered a great impact. The 10 generals, condensed by the power of the battle formation, actually had a close connection with the 10 real generals in the battle formation. Their auras were connected, and they were the 10 battle souls condensed by the essence, chi, and spirit of the 10 generals in the battle formation. The fire elemental battle soul's battle prowess was enhanced by the power of the battle formation, and it was enough to fight against quasi-supreme existences. Kill! In the battle formation, The 10 generals roared at the same time. At the same time, the 10 fire elemental battle souls also roared and attacked Peng Jingtian and his grandson. In particular, the 5 fire elemental battle souls wanted to kill the Golden Rock Goddess, the weakest of the 3 Chaos Golden Rocks. However, they had kicked an iron plate. The Golden Rock Goddess, who was wearing the chaotic Golden Rock battle armor, displayed a battle prowess that was absolutely heaven-defying. Streaks of golden Tao patterns circled around her, turning into small golden birds. The Golden Rock Goddess was like an empress among the birds, displaying the demeanor of an empress. There was nothing much to say. The Skyfire clan and the Chaos Golden Rock clan had become mortal enemies, and the other party had come to kill them again and again. The 10 fire elemental battle souls were fighting against the 3 experts of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. For a moment, no one could really suppress the other. The sky was dark and the earth was dark. This level of battle strength was infinitely close to the extreme grade realm, but no one dared to take half a step forward. Once they crossed the line, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Just as Peng Jingtian and the others were fighting against the 10 fire elemental battle souls, the clansmen of the Chaos Golden Rock clan were watching the battle anxiously in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. However, the place where Gu Fei cultivated was very calm. In Gu Fei's opinion, the great elder of the Skyfire clan was killed by the sword slave. He knew the strength of the sword slave, and the great elder of the Skyfire clan was no match for the sword slave. Is it still not done? Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a big rock. He was a little surprised. Even the great elder of the Skyfire clan was killed by the sword slave. Why hadn't Peng Jingtian and the others dealt with the people outside? In the next moment, Gu Fei's divine sense enveloped the entire ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan and the area outside. When he sensed the battle outside the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan, he was a little shocked. These 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops were definitely the elites of the Sky Fire clan. Only a battle formation formed by soldiers that had gone through hundreds of battles could have such great power. These 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops were definitely existences that had survived hundreds of battles. Every single one of them exuded a strong killing intent. As expected of one of the 3 superpowers of the Central Continent, their foundation is indeed terrifying. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The killing formation formed by 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops was really powerful. If it wasn't for the changes in the world, this killing formation might have displayed the power of the extreme Tao realm. He had a certain understanding of the Tao of array formations. Although he wasn't an array formation grandmaster, he wasn't far from it. The profundity of this killing formation wasn't difficult to understand. It could perfectly integrate the power of 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. This battle formation could increase the power of the 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops. It was no wonder that these 100,000 heavenly flame battle troops were able to fight a peak quasi-supreme existence endlessly and retreat unscathed. This kind of battle formation could be used as a reference. Gu Fei wanted to create an invincible warrior because in the upcoming chaotic world, having a warrior that could fight for him would save him a lot of trouble. It should be noted that Gu Fei wouldn't do everything by himself. Otherwise, why would he have established so many forces? Gu Fei carefully observed the battle formation with his divine sense. Although the battle formation was very complicated, he first memorized the formation patterns and various changes of this killing formation. He would study it when he had free time in the future. At this time, all the people that Gu Fei had brought with him entered the Earth Ancestor vein to cultivate, including the 4 Supremes. Gu Fei thought for a moment and then summoned a blurry figure from his inner world. It was a demonic figure with an ape vaguely visible in the void amidst the demonic aura. This ape was none other than the Chaos Demon Ape whose body had been destroyed. "Greetings, Master." The chaos demonic ape was only left with a spirit. He was originally cultivating in Gu Fei's inner world, but he was suddenly summoned by Gu Fei. The depths of the earth are where the earth ancestor vein converges. It's the source of the entire East Continent's earth vein. You should go and have a look. Perhaps you'll find some unexpected gains, Gu Fei said indifferently as he looked at the chaos demonic ape spirit. Yes, master. Thank you, master. The chaos demonic ape spirit was overjoyed. It turned into a beam of demonic light and shot into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the ancestors' land in an instant.